baseball you're not so into anymore, a perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months, and even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking, but no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
The Knicks make two 20-point comebacks on the road in Boston. The Celtics go 25 of 100 from three. 75 misses. What are they doing? The Timberwolves embarrassed and lose to the Warriors without Steph Curry after he pulls his hamstring. Coach Chris Finch calls out Anthony Edwards and challenges his leadership. Haliburton's heroics and the rest of the NBA playoffs and plenty more tonight on another great Thursday edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
Going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette.
Let's do it.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Yes, yes, yes! Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to a new show of Jabba in the Mouth. You can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Errol Marks, and my co-host, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Petey Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, as you just heard him. And ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, I want to give a shout out before I get into anybody else. We will have Nick Goody on the show in just a few moments, probably a little bit later in the show. I don't know when he's going to pop in, but he will pop in a little bit later in the show. I want to give a shout out to our interns, Manny, Kendall, Benton, all the guys that have worked on our show over the last couple of months. They've been fantastic, really giving us so much work behind the scenes and even on our show. So I'd like to thank Manny, Benton, Kendall, and all the other guys. I'm very bad. Spencer, all the guys that have worked on our show. If I missed anybody, I want to apologize. Thank you to all the guys that have put the time and effort into it. And hopefully they could stay on and help us out in the near future. I know they have a lot of other opportunities, but thank you very much to all the interns that have worked on it and the new interns that'll be joining us in the very near future. Jabba, what's up, man?
Not a thing. Just enjoying. We got up to 82 today, so got a nice little workout in, got a nice little run, and just kind of roam the neighborhood, and it was kind of nice out. So
you run or jog, or do you walk? Speed walk?
No, I jog. Like, the days of running are over for me. I don't need to do that. I just do it for fun. And I like running. I mean, it's like 2 miles. It's nothing crazy, but it's just I've always liked running because I used to be super, super fat. And then I just really got into running, and it just, they say when you talk about a runner's high, it's real, and then you just keep going. So
I do a lot of speed walking, and today, whenever I do my phone calls, so after I get a chance to come home, I make my phone calls, and my landlord's outside. I live in a cul-de-sac, and every single time he tells me, this is why you need to have a house phone downstairs. And I'm like, I don't want to be downstairs. I don't want to sweat downstairs. I have a big, huge place downstairs in the whole house. And I want to be outside. I want to smell the fresh air. I want to hear the birds chirping, the insects making different sounds, and the craziness of the kids running around all over the cul-de-sac. So I actually enjoy it. And obviously my landlord just is intrigued on how much I walk in a circle. It's weird. That is my cardio throughout the week, is me being on the phone. When I'm in the gym, I'm doing lifting and all the other stuff that I do, but I enjoy just speaking on the phone and interacting with all my friends and family that call me up before the show. So thank you.
They do say that, like, I was reading an article, I think it's Google, like, during their press conferences, they have treadmills in there.
I'm sure.
They say as you're like moving, you think better. It's probably true, but I've noticed too, like, I'll go for walks, and next thing you know, it's like you're just catching up with a buddy, or like just you got to make a phone call, and you're like, oh, next thing you know, it's like 45 minutes later, you're like, oh, that's cool.
I'm on the phone sometimes for an hour and a half, just interacting with people. And then I have 4 people speaking. I have my friends on the call, and everybody goes back and forth. It's craziness. It's havoc in my life, but I actually enjoy it. And just getting the chance to speak to some of my friends who live all parts of the country. And it's just really, really cool. And then some of my friends live in other countries. So it's cool when they get on the phone and we can interact with one another. And even my sister, I was yelling at her today about a bunch of stuff. So I got the experience of people listening to me scream at my sister on the phone. So thank you again to our interns. They're fantastic. We got a great show lined up for you a little bit later in the show, ladies and gentlemen. He's been on our show before. Jabba's never got a chance to meet him.
Actually, he did. That was Jabba's first NFL player I believe he got to interview.
Okay, so I don't even remember it. So I guess Jabba did interview with him. We will be talking to former Panthers cornerback CJ Wilson. And that's why Speedy's supposed to be the producer and kind of give me that feedback before the show. But again, Speedy's in his own little world. She's in the world of Speedy. Speaking of a world, that is a New York Knicks fan. That is a world of winning. And the New York Knicks came back once again from a 20-point deficit in each of the first 2 games versus the Celtics, the first time since 1996, where a team has done that in both regular season and playoff games. In game 1, the Knicks were down 20 points in the third quarter and then went on a 31-11 run to tie the game and force an overtime. In game number 2, the Celtics had a 20-point lead in the third quarter and a 16-point lead almost halfway through the fourth quarter. And then they didn't hit a basket for 8 minutes. After going scoreless for 3 quarters, Mikal Bridges had 14 points in the fourth quarter and the game-winning block against, yes, you know it, Mr. Choke Setter himself, Jason Tatum. Karl Anthony Towns also scored 21 points, and Josh Hart led the team with 23 points. As the comeback kids are back, ladies and gentlemen. The Celtics have missed 75 three-pointers in just 2 games, the most in NBA history. Road teams that take a 2-0 series lead have won the series 85.7% of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, seriously, if you're a Knicks fan, you should be so excited because we haven't seen this in a very long time. It goes back, I believe, in 99. Does anybody remember? And that was the Eastern Conference Finals when we remember Grandmama, yes, and all the
Larry Johnson.
Yes, and Latrell Sprewell, and even the end of Patrick Ewing's era, because after that he went to the Supersonics. That team went on an immaculate, unbelievable run. And this team kind of resembles that. Now, this is a better team. They have more talent. You have OG Anunoby, who's really become Kawhi Leonard-esque. He's become that kind of player. And then you got Karl Anthony Towns, the size and the ability that he has on the offensive boards. And then you have a guy like Jalen Brunson. We've never seen a point guard this good since really Walt Clyde Frazier was the last point guard you can remember, or maybe Bernard King, if you want to go back of those times. The Knicks, and then you have Mikal Bridges, and I'll get into Mikal Bridges in just 1 second. This is a team that has a tremendous amount of depth and defensive prowess, and their wings with Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and OG Anunoby, they've given the Knicks the depth that they've needed over the years at the wing positions defensively against these sharpshooting teams like the Boston Celtics. And I said this before the series started. Porzingis is going to play a big part. If the Knicks are going to win this series, they got to keep Porzingis under 20. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday they kept Porzingis to 14 minutes and 7 points. Porzingis is not healthy. This has been a huge problem for the Boston Celtics, keeping Porzingis healthy. And we've always known that. As we all know, Porzingis as a player, the quote-unquote, as Kevin Durant says, the unicorn, has not stayed healthy really since he's come to the league. With his knee problems, his stupidity off the court, jumping off of ships, this has been a guy that has had problems staying healthy. But you go back and you look at what the Knicks are doing right now to the Boston Celtics, it says a lot about the heart of this team. They've got a tremendous amount of heart. When you go down 20 points and you're trying to fish your way back in a game and you watch the expressions of the team on the sidelines, they didn't quit. There was no quit in the New York Knicks' faces. When Thibodeau's calling the timeouts and you would think teams would go at each other and calling each other names or saying whatever. I've seen fights on the sidelines when teams go back over the years in series and you're yelling at each other across the sidelines. It's been tremendous watching this team really work together. Josh Hart being a leader, a team leader. Josh Hart's on the sidelines talking to the team saying that we're not out of it. We're not out of it. We can come back. And it's been unbelievable. And for all those haters on social media taking shots at Mikal Bridges, that the Knicks gave up 5 first-round draft picks for Mikal Bridges, it was a big mistake. What are you guys saying now? What are all you Knicks fans saying now about Mikal Bridges? You know what the answer is? Nothing. You know why? Because if it wasn't for Mikal Bridges in this series, as good as Brunson is, as good as Karl Anthony Towns is, and OG Anunoby and Josh Hart's been, this is the guy that's taken over in games in the fourth quarter and the overtime. He made the important block against Jason Tatum at the end of the game, up 91-90 as Jalen Brunson scored and shot his 2 free throws. He has been as important as any player in this series. And you look at guys like Leon Rose and Worldwide West, and you say, wow, these guys actually know what they're doing. The Knicks actually have executives that actually know what they're doing. And we don't hear any more about James Dolan ruining a team and throwing a team away, as the New York Knicks for years have been doing that. And no Charles Oakley stuff and no sideline crap. No, you guys are getting the chance to see Patrick Ewing on the sidelines. You get to see Reggie Miller come out and say that he would love to see the Knicks get through this round, so maybe they meet the Pacers and we can see that old Knicks-Pacers type of Eastern Conference championship. This has been unbelievable, and you Knicks fans sitting here today should be nothing but excited. Nothing but excited, because this team actually believes. And when you see this, usually means that these are the teams that have the ability to go all the way. Now, again, we have to see what they're doing. And I forgot one person that I got to give a lot of credit to, and that's Mitchell Robinson. For all those people.
Other than that free throw, that was rough.
Well, he can't.
That was the spark they needed, John.
He can't shoot free throws. I can't shoot free throws. He's just not very good at it. But what he does so very well is he is an anchor of a defense. He is as important as any defensive player on this roster. And there's so much to see that you miss of Mitchell Robinson all season long. The Knicks have not been 100% all season long. We haven't seen Mitch and Karl Anthony Towns and Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby and Jalen Brunson play together as much as they've played in these series. And Detroit series, I mean, there were some questions in game number 2 and game number 5 as the Knicks choked the way they did. But nevertheless, what the Knicks showed was heart. And what the Knicks are showing right now is they believe. And when you believe like they are, and by the way, a plus, if I'm not mistaken, I think Fish told me, a plus 32 right now for a guy like Robinson, who's been unbelievable defensively for the New York Knicks. I think he's got his feet under him now. I think that this defense is the best we've seen it all season. When you guys have, and when you look at the Knicks and you see what they have, and Josh Hart is a wing player, Mikal Bridges, and then you have OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson, and you could play him with Brunson, and you could fit him with different other players in a rotation. You have to see what a defense can do when it comes to win championships. And the Knicks are a championship contending team. Sit here and argue it all you want, all you Boston fans that thought this was going to be an easy run to the finals. It's not. It's not going to be easy. And the Knicks are not going to make it easy. They're going to Madison Square Garden at 3:30 on Saturday afternoon, and the Knicks fans are going to be screaming and crying. 19,000 fans saying, oh, and who, and me, and they'll say other things too. I'm just not going to say it on live radio. But this is a Knicks team that you have a reason to cheer for. And I sit here today, and I'm one of those guys. I have not held back. I had the Knicks winning at 7, and I'm going to stick by it. They're going to win in 7. I think Boston is going to claw themselves back into this series. But I think the Knicks are that type of team that no matter what Boston does in this series and what Boston team shows up in game 3 and game 4, I think they have the edge. I think they have the control that they have played defensively and offensively to get in the minds of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and understand that Porzingis isn't 100% healthy, and they're going to drive it down the one and only Celtics' throats until they choke and they give up.
Yep. And you also look at the trades that they made in the offseason and with Mikal Bridges and then trading last year for OG Anunoby. They kind of built this team to be able to defend the Celtics because the Celtics are built on these wing shooters that could do a lot of different things and create three-point shots, create even inside shots normally. But the problem is Mitchell Robinson's defensive presence has just shied them away from just going inside it all, really, outside of Porzingis and the limited bit he did play in game 3 because he was limited in the first half. Then he started to take over more in the second half. They have no inside game. And Jason Tatum, I've never seen him that flustered in a long time, really, since maybe the Miami series in the bubble. Like, the Knicks are doing a great job on him, changing it up on him where they're not making it easy for him. And when Tatum is off, it really has hit the rest of this offense. Derek White played well, fine. Jaylen Brown did better than he did game one, fine. But the Knicks team defense, this is the team defense you're looking for when you build up all these wings. When you hire Tom Thibodeau as your head coach, a defensive-minded, old-school, fiery coach, this is the defense you want to see play, not the defense you saw at certain points against the Pistons, letting these old men shoot threes. You're not seeing that in this series. You're getting the intensity's there. And the Celtics are never thought of that way as a talent-driven team relying on it, and it seems like they're doing that in this series. And you would think the Celtics, they would learn from game one when they were doing that, chucking up these threes and missing, and the Knicks were sticking to their game plans, not fouling, not putting them at the free throw line to get extra stuff there. And that's where you got to give Tom Thibodeau a little bit of credit, but it's mostly on the players.
And Mazzulla has been absolutely putrid.
No. Yeah. Right.
He has been. Did anybody watch the press conference after the game? Did anybody hear what Mazzulla said after the game? He has no answers to anything. And he says, oh, listen, this is the way basketball is played. Sometimes you go on the rolls and it's on your side, or it goes from, it goes on the other side. And he says, we fell on the other side. Do we think this series is over? No. And then you hear Jason Tatum today at the press conference, speak highly of himself, as we expect superstars like to do, ladies and gentlemen. Give themselves a little pat on the back. Jason Tatum has to figure out how to play basketball, because if he doesn't, his team could lose 4 games. They could lose and be swept by the New York Knicks. And where is Charles Barkley? Why isn't Charles Barkley coming out and saying, you know what? I was wrong. Everybody thinks that guy is funny. I think he's an idiot. He's a jackass. That's what I think Charles Barkley is. He's a hater. And right now, he's got nothing to say. There's nothing to say about the New York Knicks besides go New York, go New York, go. Because that's all you Knicks fans should be doing right now. You should be very, very excited. And Jabba, I'm not sure if you're a Knicks fan right now, but you might sway that way. You were a Yankee, and you did sway to the New York Knicks when you were here. What are your thoughts to the one and only New York Knicks?
Well, there's 2 things that I wanted to touch on. I think the way they've won the 2 games, it never felt like you can always see body language and read body language. Their body language never made it feel like they were out of it. And I think that goes a long way just in believing in yourselves and your ability. And the other one was just how there were certain guys at certain times of the game that stepped up when they needed somebody to step up, whether it was on the defensive end or they were scoring points. You see Mikal Bridges, not score for 3 quarters, then go out and give you 14. I think the balance that they have, and that's where you kind of got to give the worst haircut of a head coach ever in Tibbs and just shave it off. If they win, can we make a bet? Like, somebody get a hold of a Knicks and be like, can he just shave his head? That thing is horrendous.
Maybe there is some kind of bet. Maybe
I know.
Lying over there in that locker room. It's definitely Josh Hart definitely has to be involved with that bet, by the way.
Oh, 100%. Their coaches come into American whiskey, so I'll throw it in their ear. But I just like the balance that they've had when they've picked each other up, whether it was defensively or offensively, and just kind of the way they knew and they know their roles when it comes into it. I think that really is the important part. And he's out coaching Mazzulla with one eye open. And I wanted to touch on this too, because it has to do with it. Do you think Paul Pierce really walked that whole way?
No.
I think he did some.
I think what's going on right now is Tibbs has figured out how to maneuver Mitchell Robinson in that defense and in the structure in the fourth quarter, where he can rotate Mitchell Robinson in the times that he needs the defensive prowess that he can give to Karl Anthony Towns, who doesn't play any defense at all.
And he played 22 minutes and Cat played 34. So the balance, that's why I said the balance is there when you need to give him a blower, you need that stop, and you need that presence. I think he's just done a great job. And you see how all the guys have stepped up in certain aspects of the game and certain timing of the game. And I just felt like, you're like, a bunch of people like, did you watch the game? And I was like, yeah, but it kind of sucked too, because at times you kind of disengaged with the game because they were down 20 plus, and you're like, all right, we'll just keep it on. And it wasn't like another game we're going to touch on where they just looked disinterested. It was just, the ball wasn't dropping and they weren't doing certain things, but they didn't give up, and you've seen what happened. And just crazy how in a division and a conference that all road teams won game 1, which has never happened before.
Yeah, and also all the with the Knicks, you look at like doing it twice in a row, like that kind of confidence level. I know it's still there for these players, but all that kind of statistical anomaly is still very hard to believe that the Knicks would be able to do it twice. They held the Celtics scoreless without a basket, only free throws for 8 minutes straight, which that was something we talked about in college basketball a couple of times. You rarely ever see that in the NBA. That's unheard of. And Jabba, to your point, Mitchell Robinson's defensive presence, I think, made the Celtics scared. Like they never tried to.
It had nothing to do with scared. Stop it. The Celtics aren't scared of the Knicks. What's going on right now is the Knicks have their games. They're playing team basketball. They haven't had a chance to play with one another all season long. Mitchell Robinson's finally getting his feet under him, and now you're seeing how important Mitch Robinson is to the New York Knicks. That's why the Knicks didn't trade him this offseason, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the Knicks didn't trade him at the trade deadline when the Lakers were interested in bringing in a big man. We all know the story. We all know the Lakers were out and trying to draw the New York Knicks to trade Mitchell Robinson over there to them, and maybe that would have helped the Lakers. Mitch is important as OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, and any one of those defensive players, including Josh Hart. He is the anchor to that defense, and when you got that kind of player and you use them in the right motion when it comes to defense, they're a different team. They are an absolutely different team, and yes, you should be excited about the Knicks. We haven't seen a defense like this with the New York Knicks since the 90s. Since the 90s, when we saw Anthony Mason and Charles Oakley and Patrick Ewing and all those players, Xavier McDaniel and all those guys that played that kind of defense, hard-nosed press defense. Charlie Ward, remember him? I mean, this was a defense. Even Charles Smith, who couldn't hit a layup if your ass depended on it, he actually played some defense. That New York Knicks team, the Pat Riley, Jeff Van Gundy New York team, they haven't been like that with the guys like Carmelo Anthony and Amari Stoudemire. That wasn't a defense. Even though Woodson was a great defensive mind, they weren't a good defensive team. Carmelo Anthony was subpar at best defensively.
And that team was old.
But I think this is a young team, and this team is going to be good for many, many years. But this is their time. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's a time for them to sneak into the finals and maybe surprise the world, it's right now, because the Cavs don't know what their identity is right now, and they're losing 2-0 against the Pacers. The Pacers, as good as they are with depth, and they have Haliburton, I don't know if the Pacers have enough to beat the Knicks if they get through the Celtics. And right now in the Western Conference, come on, we Golden State's old. They're an old team. And you look at the other teams that are in the Western Conference, the Nuggets, they're up and down. OKC, they've made some mistakes, even though they have tremendous amount of talent. And then we all know the other team over there. I don't know if the Western Conference is as good as it's been over the years. I think if whoever wins this series, if it's the Knicks and the Celtics, can win the whole thing. That's the crazy thing. The only team that probably can commit to competing with them right now is OKC, maybe the Nuggets. And I don't know. The Knicks have completely beaten the hell out of the Nuggets all season long. Yeah. I know it's the regular season, and as we've said this many, many times, and Fish would know this, and let's get Fish in here. I'm going to tell you this right now. I look at the Knicks right now, and if they beat the Celtics in this series, it's a shoo-in that they're going to the finals. You heard it from me. They beat the Celtics. It is a shoo-in to the finals.
Does the momentum carry over, do you think?
100%.
Like, if they obviously, like, getting these 2 wins are huge. I don't think it's going to be a sweep, but I've always if you get hot at the right time and you start gelling together, like we've seen teams win and you're like, they didn't stand a chance. And then all of a sudden they got hot. And I think that could be something that really, like, as they come and gel together and balance their line, I think, and obviously it's shown in the first 2 games.
I am not scared of the other 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. The Cavs, the Knicks beat 2 years in a row, leading into this would be the 3rd year if they face them, if they come back against Indiana. And I want another shot at Indiana because the Knicks almost beat them with no one left healthy on the roster. If you remember Game 7 in that series, or was it, I don't remember, it was 6 or 7. I think it was 7. And
OG got hurt then, yeah.
OG, Josh Hart played through what looked like an ab strain in that game and was like a shell of himself. And Jalen Brunson broke his hand. And they still almost beat them. And I'm not afraid of those guys. So here's the deal. If they win this next game, game 3, and go up 3-0, that's going to be really hard for Boston to deal with. And we haven't even talked about the injuries. Jaylen Brown is not healthy. He's not able to do it all game. You saw early in the game, he was unstoppable. Where was that the rest of the way? That guy used to do that all game. He can't do that right now. Derek White doesn't scare me right now. He just looks like a guy out there, not one of the alleged best defensive guards in the league. And Porzingis, they're throwing him out there less than Tibbs throws out Mitch.
Yeah.
They're not going to win that way. Not with Al Horford getting cooked every possession that he's out there because he's my age, which I think he actually is.
Yeah, another one hurts.
Exaggerating.
I think he's older than you, actually.
I remember when he was in college with Noah winning the championship as the Twin Towers in Florida when I was in college. And that's half my life ago.
And Billy Donovan, the Chicago Bulls.
Back-to-back titles.
Long Islander, baby. Ooh, ooh. Give it to the Long Island guys.
I'm just super pumped.
No, I
Tobias
don't.
Harris.
No, first of all, Tobias Harris is the biggest ass you'll ever meet. I actually met Tobias Harris at a club I was DJing at. Everybody was like, Tobias Harris, this is before he was drafted. He's going to be an NBA first-round pick. I could give a crap. The way he was treating women and the way he was acting, I couldn't stand him when I met him. I looked up. I was like, what an ass. He walked around like he was Michael Jordan, okay? Tobias Harris has had a long career. He's made a lot of money. I can't stand the SOB. So that's okay. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Fish, but I had to add that. He brought Tobias Harris.
There's only one other guy I got to mention, because how do you not talk about these last 2 games if you don't talk about Miles Bridges? How?
Mikal Bridges. Yep.
Mikal, I'm sorry, I just thought it said his brother's name. Mikal Bridges. How do you not talk about him? What he did in the last possession of each game. Can you be more clutch defensively than what he is and more clutch offensively than what Brunson is at the same time? That's incredible that we have both of those guys on the team. He had the presence of mind in the first game to steal the inbounds pass and just run under it and like pick it off like he was a safety and wrestle it away like a freaking man-child. And in this game, he knows the right time to help off of Jaylen Brown to cut off the pass, which if it got to Brown, that's a wide open 3. But he knows how to do it because his arms are ridiculously long for a guy. I mean, he's tall, but his arms are like a center's length. He's like awesome defensively, even when he's not shooting well. And Jabba, you said it. He went off in the fourth quarter too. This guy's fantastic. In fact, I might give 5 non-lottery first-round picks for him. And I'm glad they did.
Yeah,
we might be able to beat this team.
Errol's mentioning it with the social media. Like all the Nets fans were taking shots at Mikal Bridges during the season.
Every single Net fan.
They're
and
all losers. Can I just say something about Nets fans for a second? Because I lived in New Jersey when they were still in Jersey, and I grew up in Brooklyn and had the choice when the Knicks were terrible to switch, and I just couldn't do it, and thank God I couldn't do it. Thank God I couldn't do it. You guys stink. You're a bunch of whining babies. Couldn't do it with Prokhorov.
All right.
Couldn't do it with any of those guys.
You do this with Jet fans. This is what you do.
They're all the same people. These are all the same people.
Stop
all the time.
This is
Jets,
what you
Nets.
do.
They just love rhyme
you do it
schemes.
with
Jets,
Islander
Nets,
fans.
Nets.
If you're not rooting for the team, this is what you do. You put down the other team.
Out in Long Island, you like to rhyme your teams, and then you have to keep your Islanders.
No, I do not. I do not.
You are one of a kind. Everyone knows you are not the one.
I speak the truth of my teams. I don't go back and go, oh, my team's so great when they're not. I've taken shots at the New York Jets all season long. I thought they were wretched in so many ways than one. Robert Saleh, and you know what I call him, Bambi. I knew he was going to get fired. He should have been fired 2 years ago. I'm honest. I sit here today, and I've always been honest about my teams. And to sit here and listen, Fish, ever since you've been on the show, and I love you, you attack the Jets organization. Fine, you want to talk about the Jets? Yeah, well, guess what? What do the Giants have done over the last couple of years? Nothing. They've done nothing. They've been a mockery of the NFL, and their draft picks have been a mockery. Then you go back and you look at your Rangers. Oh, Well, by the way, they re-signed Chris Drury. Fantastic move by the New York Rangers. They had Mike Sullivan. Is that going to make a difference? Good for them. They've had how many Stanley Cup champion coaches? Good job to the New York Rangers. And then let's go back to the Yankees, who I'm a fan of too. What have they won since 2009? And Jabba knows all about that one because he was a part of it. They have won nothing. Absolutely zilch. But then you all know what Finch likes to do. He likes to go after the Mets, and the Mets haven't won anything. Pick on the Landon Manning baby Mets. I'm going to pick on them. And then the Islanders, and then the Jets, because they're the little souls. I hate them. Like Carton. It's just absolute bullcrap. I'm telling you right now, stop being a kiss ass to your own teams and sit back and let these teams get a chance. I want to see Cooper Flegg go to the Nets. I want to see it because what it's going to do, it's going to drive people to want to go to net games now and watch Cooper Flegg, one of the great young power forwards we're going to see in the NBA in a lot of years that we haven't seen. I mean, we talk about all these power forwards that are going to come up and they're going to be great. None of them transition into anything. This kid is special. And I'm telling you, I'm going to get a chance to see him play. If I get a chance to see him play in Brooklyn, I'm getting season tickets, even if I'm a Knicks fan, because I want to see Cooper Flegg. He's special. Speaking of special, oh my God. After Game 1's loss to the Warriors, Timberwolves head coach Chris Finch criticized Anthony Edwards for having just 1 point in the first half. He mentioned Edwards struggled early and light went out of for him. And he has to set the tone early as a leader of the team. He also mentioned that if he knows he's struggling to shoot, he has to keep the energy and help out his teammates. Edwards told ESPN they can blame whoever they want, but nobody played well enough to win the game. Edwards rallied back in the second half to finish with 23 points and 14 rebounds, but the Timberwolves still lost by 11 in Game 1. The Timberwolves will look to bounce back in Game number 2 tonight versus the Warriors, who still will not have Steph Curry as he is out with a hamstring injury. Curry is expected to be out at least a week, but possibly longer. I'm going to tell you this right now. The series is over if Steph Curry doesn't come back. It's over. As good as Jimmy Buckets is, he is not going to be able to keep this team on his shoulders, especially with the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards is not going to play as bad in the first half ever again in this series, especially when the coach is going to come out and take shots at him. I believe Anthony Edwards is going to put up a 40 spot tonight. I think Anthony Edwards is the most electrifying player we've seen in the NBA in a very, very long time. I think he's a man-child. His mind is all over the place. But when he gets on the basketball court and wants to prove himself, boy, oh boy, he likes to shove his fingers right up somebody's derriere. And this is a guy that understands what he is. And he understands where the Timberwolves are. If the Timberwolves have a chance to go to the finals, it's this year. Because to me, who they're playing against in Golden State is an old team. Jimmy Buckets, who's not 100% healthy, and Steph Curry with a hamstring problem, probably shouldn't be back in 3 weeks. This is a bad hamstring problem. If he comes back in 1 week, he's not going to be 100%. So get ready to watch this team probably get knocked out in a week's time. And then there's the OKC and Nuggets. I don't think that any of those teams are going to scare me as good as Shai Alexander is and as good as Jokic is. I think this team is like up and down. Both teams are like up and down. I think the Timberwolves have the best roster. I think the Timberwolves understand what it takes to win after losing in the Western Conference Finals last year against the Dallas Mavericks. I just think that this is the year the Timberwolves could break through and go to the finals if they find a way to get Anthony Edwards in the game and his mind into the game and not with his goddamn video games. I watch enough of Anthony Edwards offset, and he's on social media, and all he's doing is playing on Twitch and doing all that stuff. Dude, you have a kid. If you want to pay attention to somebody, pay attention to your daughter. Or get on the damn basketball courts at 5 o'clock in the morning like Kobe Bryant did and make sure that you're ready for game number 2. When you look at the talent that he provides on a basketball court, how many players could say they're as talented as this player? He is as good as anybody we've seen in United States basketball is since, I think, in the last 10 years. That's how good he is. LeBron James says that this guy could be the face of United States basketball for the next 20 years. But guess what? He doesn't want to be. And stop this crap. Go out there and show everybody why you're special. Go out there and don't let your coach bitch you after the game and show you that you can't be a leader of this team. You are the leader. You're the face of United States basketball. You're the face of the NBA. Go out there and show everybody who you are. Not tell everybody, show everybody. And take responsibility when you're not playing good. That's what a leader does. Don't sit back there and say, we all didn't play well. Go out there and tell people, I didn't play well. I'm the leader. I got to be better. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is when people start to respect you as a man and as a superstar.
It's always been twofold with a lot of the Anthony Edwards comments we've talked about over the last year or so, really dating back to the Michael Jordan thing, obviously the football thing in the middle of the season and the off season. Oh, I could play in the NFL and be a tight end or something like that. And the Olympics, like you were saying, like with all the stuff he was saying, oh, label himself the truth. And some of them were also fan-driven narratives too. Like, oh, Anthony Edwards is the closest thing to MJ because he had that great first 2 rounds of the postseason. That was a fan-driven narrative, so I gave him a little bit of slack for that one. But this kind of thing is not something that you want to have for a Timberwolves roster that's had their playoff woes with other teams. We talk about how bad Julius Randle was in the playoffs with the Knicks. You don't want to shoot his confidence down like that. Rudy Gobert has been iffy in the playoffs in moments with Utah in the past. You don't want him to be shot down like that either. This is a Minnesota team that has an opportunity with Steph Curry out to make a big difference, make a big statement in the series. Like we were talking about with the Knicks series, like you want to be well rested in the NBA. The NHL playoffs are a little different because I think the NHL playoffs sometimes sitting too long is a bad thing. In the NBA, it's not really because there's a reason people low manage in the regular season. And so these kinds of things, you can win this series in 5 games and you're going to lose this confidence doing this way. And same kind of thing with the coach too. Like the coach, we've seen these coaches get fired all the time at the end of the season right now. It seems to be a modern trend. Let's not act like this coach could be any less safe for his job position either. He's a good coach, but these coaches are very expendable now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of factors that go in, and you make a great point on, how people, moan and groan about load management, but also when you get in the grind of, 7-game series, every round, it gets a lot. And the Warriors, they're old. I don't know if Jimmy can hold it together, and who knows what Buddy Hield you'll get. And I just think with what the Timberwolves have, I think their best shot is. I don't know what I think about Ant, because there are some things you're just like, wow, and then there's other things like, was he really so nonchalant when he found out they were 12 for 76? Like, you didn't know that? Like, they don't get sheets afterwards or whatever? Because you see him looking at him on the desk.
Yeah, maybe not in the moment, but I guess it's something that could pile up in your head thinking that way. And the Minnesota, they were so lifeless offensively, and they just kept trying to shoot the threes, and he kept trying to shoot the threes. But I guess he was saying, oh, everyone else was doing it too.
This is the problem. This is the problem with the NBA now. It's become the Steph Curry NBA. Everybody's trying to be Steph. These 3-point shots, chucking up threes, the Splash Brothers. This has been a problem. The NBA has always run through getting in the paint and dominating, shooting those 17, 18-foot jumpers, drawing fouls. That's what Michael Jordan did. That's what he accomplished all his championship teams and the way he accomplished greatness. Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to be Steph Curry. Everybody wants to be the next big 3-point shooter. It hasn't helped the league. It hasn't helped the game. The average 3-point shots in the 90s were under 20. You know what the average 3-point shots right now in the NBA is? 35. Think about that. That's like 17, 18 more 3-pointers now than it ever has been. Why? Because of great Steph Curry. What Steph Curry has really brought to the league. Does it make it better? I don't think so, because I just think that teams forget what their identity is. Jaylen Brown, for the game number 1, forgot who his identity was. And then game number 2 in the first quarter, he figured it out. Jason Tatum, he's become a luck chucker. Why isn't he getting into the paint and dominating in the paint? He's so long and so good when he gets in the paint with his 17, 18-foot jumpers. He forgot how to do that.
So why doesn't the coaches step in when they know that number?
Because he sucks. That's why. He's terrible. He's as dumb.
He's a product of the
garbage
system.
dump over there with the Celtics. That's what the garbage the Celtics have put out there. And everybody says, well, look at the talent they have. Look at Holiday. Look at White. White, nobody wanted. I'm not going to say that White isn't a good player and he hasn't transitioned. This guy was a journeyman. The Celtics made a trade and brought him in. He was a defensive player. Now all of a sudden he's figured out how to shoot a three and he chucks it up there and maybe he hits it and most of the time he doesn't. It's pathetic. And that's what the NBA is. That's why nobody watches the regular season. It's become a three-point game. Let's play horse, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be Steph Curry. Let's shoot from the free throw. Let's shoot from the middle of the court and see if we can hit it 5 out of 10 times. It's boring. The NBA has become boring because they all want to be Steph. That doesn't take away from his greatness. It just takes away from the game and what the game has developed over the years. The Kobe Bryants, the fadeaway jumpers, or the Shaquille O'Neals, power and beat you inside. The Patrick Ewings or the Elijah Wan, the Dream shooting those fadeaway jumpers. And we all remember what happened in 94 when John Starks decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to shoot 17 three-pointers. What happened? They lost to Elijah Wan in Houston when they were a shoo-in to win the championship up 3-2. That was the Knicks. It has become horrible. And if you're a Knicks fan, stay away from the three. Do what you're doing right now. It's working for you. So
Jabba, I was mentioning it to you last show too, with like the position emphasis. There's not as many good point guards in today's NBA as there's not many raw centers that are as good in the NBA either. And that's why a lot of people have tried to adopt the Celtics model as trying to be that kind of thing. But when you're the Celtics shooting all these threes, 100 threes in 2 games, like it still defeats the purpose of what you tried to build. How many teams tried to duplicate the Warriors and failed? The Suns
look what the Knicks did though, Speedy. The Knicks built a team to stop this Celtics team.
Right.
It was intentionally built to stop this team, and they are stopping this team. How do you stop a team that shoots a lot of threes? Get a hand in their face constantly. There are not a lot of open threes for this team. I remember watching a lot of bad Knicks basketball with Tibbs not that long ago, where guys were getting open shot after open shot, and if they made them, the Knicks lost, and if they didn't, the Knicks won.
Pretty much.
That's how the season went for the first half of this season. And now you see the playoffs, and you're right, Errol, that the level of play in the regular season does not match the playoffs. I wouldn't say that it's no one's watching it. Obviously, people are watching it. They're getting more deals. You know, they're making billions of dollars, these guys.
Well, that's the LPA for you.
Well, someone's making money.
And they said viewership's up this year.
It is. They have new ways to measure. No one even knows how to measure viewership today, which is probably the biggest issue with all of it. But I just want to get back to Anthony Edwards for a second before we move on from him. Mm-hmm. That guy, I don't trust at all. Finch is right for calling him out. How do you show up like that, go 0 in the entire first half, hits like one foul shot, and then is laughing and joking after the game with Julius Randle? You just lost to Steph, the Warriors without Steph. He left that game in the first half.
Scored 88.
They scored 88 points. Are you serious? That's an embarrassment. Are you that's really, if they lose now? Look, playoff Jimmy's a real thing. I wouldn't put it past you to say playoff Jimmy steals another game or 2. And Steph comes back in like game 6 or 7 and wins it for him. Because they decided to blow this game, and Anthony Edwards decided to no-show because he just doesn't care enough consistently. And I think that's what his coach is frustrated with. Jabba, you ever play with somebody? You don't have to use any names. But you ever play with some guys, could have been at a younger level. Errol could have been you playing hockey. There's guys that had all the talent in the world, but they couldn't focus. They just didn't care enough. You can just
surprisingly, I can think of.
I could give you a name. I'm not afraid to give it to you, but I'll let Jabba answer it, and I'll give you one name before we go on.
I'm not going to dime anybody out, but
I don't care.
It wasn't like necessarily like they were so nonchalant because it was so easy for them, and so it was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And there's been people called out, but I wouldn't say it was so nonchalant, but it was just like, okay, I'm going to show up, I'm going to get paid millions, and I'm just going to do the bare minimum. Like that was probably more so than like the nonchalant, because it doesn't look like he ever takes it serious, like when he's doing. And that's why I said I don't know if I say wouldn't trust him because he has all the ability in the world, but it's just like which does he wants to be, the fun-loving guy, the liked by fans? Does he just want to be that dude? Like I don't know if he truly knows. He said he doesn't want to be the face of the league, but if somebody's already labeling you that of the standard of LeBron, like you got to take some consideration and be like, wow, he sees that in me. Can I look myself in the mirror and think about that? So I don't know what he's doing, but whatever.
I've got one, and he's actually your GM over there with the New York
I
Rangers.
knew you were going to say that.
Chris friggin' Drury. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I got a chance to skate with that ass, and he talked a lot of crap. And then when I got on the ice and I was playing hard-nosed hockey with him, he was a bitch, okay? And that's all he did. He went on the ice and he wanted to talk crap, and that's what he did. I'm this, I'm that, I'm great, I'm this. And every time I went on the ice with him, I would beat him with minutes on the ice and obviously shots on the net. The guy was overrated. And yeah, he was drafted. And I wasn't because, obviously everybody knows the story behind my whole story. But nevertheless, I've always thought Chris Drury was a selfish piece of you-know-what. And he still is, as Ranger fans are sitting pretty right now because you got to deal with him for at least another year, maybe even 2. You got the right coach, but you had the right coach last year with Peter Laviolette. You had the right coach the year before when he took you to the Eastern Conference Finals. It's all bullcrap. The guy doesn't know how to lead. He wasn't a leader on the ice. He thought he could have played professional baseball. What a joke. And his father was the same way he was. Out there, my son this, my son that. My father didn't even know what was going on in a hockey game. My father couldn't stand the Drury family. So that's the truth. That's the truth behind the real Chris Drury. You Rangers and you Ranger fans, he is a demented piece of horse shit. I'm sorry to curse, but that's what he is. The Pacers took a 2-0 series lead versus the Cavaliers after winning 120-119 on Tyrese Haliburton's game-winning three-pointer with 1 second left. This came after he got his own rebound off a missed free throw and took the ball himself behind the three-point line and shot. Many fans believe that the Pacers got away with a lane violation on the missed free throw, and the NBA confirmed they missed the 3-lane violation on the Pacers with 48 seconds left. The Nuggets and Thunder are tied 1-1 after the Thunder dominated them last night at 149-106 in game number 2. The Nuggets won game 1 on another Aaron Gordon buzzer beater, this time a three-pointer. In the battle of the MVP, Shai Alexander is averaging 33.5 points per game, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists per game, while Jokic is averaging 29.5 points per game, 15 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. Right now, Shai Alexander is playing like the MVP. But I look at Jokic, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you think for 1 second Jokic cares how many points he scores, all he cares about is winning. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not counting out the Nuggets after they got their butts smacked. They couldn't hit a shot. Russell Westbrook was forcing shots in game number 2 when he was so good throughout last series and the first game not to just throw up three-pointers and 4 shots. It's been a big problem over the years for Russell Westbrook. I always call him Russell Wilson. I don't know why. Because Russell Wilson pops in my head because of the New York freaking Giants. Nevertheless, I think that the Nuggets have the depth, and I think they're a good enough team to knock off the OKC Thunder. But Shai Alexander has his own rights, and he has a belief in his team and what his team is all about. And this is a great offensive team. You could see how important Hartenstein is. He was beating up a guy like Jokic down the court. And by the way, if there's anybody that could put pressure on you in the paint, it's Hartenstein. We've seen Hartenstein do it with the Knicks. That's why they spent money in the offseason to bring him in, and Knicks couldn't afford him. This is going to be the series. If Jokic can do what he can do against Hartenstein, I think they win the series. This is going to go down to the nitty and the gritty. I think this goes 7 games. I love this series. I think it's going to be so fun to watch all the way to the end. As far as the Pacers are concerned, they're getting lucky. They're getting lucky. And Haliburton's a sensational player. I love what I see with Haliburton. I can't stand his father, and I don't want to see his father run on a court on anybody. But I love what I see with the Pacers. They show grit. They show a hard-nosed type of basketball. But here's the facts. The Cavaliers aren't healthy. Garland is not healthy. As we were talking, Fish, he has a broken toe, as we expect it to be. We see the injuries and what the list of injuries they have right now. They're not 100% healthy. That's not an excuse. Their depth all season long came from their bench. Why isn't their bench providing it? And I love Kenny Atkinson. Where's the defense in this series? Why can't they stop Haliburton? You know he's their best player. Double team the ass. Make the other players beat him. Make the other players beat you. It's been absolutely pathetic. You know he's the best player on the court. You know he's going to get the ball. You know he's going to shoot up threes. You know he's not going to give up doing what he does best, and that's force shots and make sure that he gets more than he misses. I just don't understand it. And that goes to the coaching. And I love Kenny. But Kenny, wake up, smell the coffee, and find a way to get a win for your Cavaliers. Beat the Pacers at their own game. Go to Indiana, beat them 2 games, and then go home and win 3 games in a row and get back into this series and show everybody why you were the best team, I believe, throughout the season in the NBA.
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson's done a good job for the most part, but yeah, he does have to make some adjustments on Haliburton because we've seen Haliburton get that playoff confidence last year, and the Cavs they're not very new. They're kind of the same experience level as the Pacers, but it's still one of those things where they have a lot of young players that haven't been tested with that kind of adversity. And you mentioned it. A lot of their bench was the reason they struggled in game 2 to hold that lead in the fourth quarter. And while the lane violations did look a little tacky at certain points, again, they could have made those free throws very easily too, so it might have not mattered to a point where the Pacers maybe still tie the game or force overtime, even if they do get those free throws against them. But either way, the Pacers are still playing with great depth. This is the same thing they did last year, and we thought it was a fluke because, okay, they beat an injured Bucks team last year. Then they beat the Knicks when they were all hurt last year. And like, okay, is this really that good of a team? But they're establishing themselves as a 4th seed. As far as the Nuggets and Thunder series, this is going to go right down to the wire. The Thunder's got the depth. The Nuggets
That was
got
my
the
old
experience.
team. That was my old show name.
Yes, it was.
Down to the wire.
And it's because the Nuggets have that level of experience.
Where's my drop, baby? Where's my drop?
I'd say if it's still there, but
let's get that up.
But the
Official
Thunder,
love it.
the Thunder,
a lot of farts.
the Thunder have the experience, like you said, the size inside that is really making it tougher on Jokic from a scoring perspective. But like you're saying, he's still scoring, he's still passing, he's still rebounding like crazy. So it's not like they're actually dominating, but Shai is stepping up big. And I had Thunder in 6 initially, but it's gonna be very close down the stretch.
Yeah, I think the Pacers. It's first of all, do they not teach fundamentals in basketball? Like box out, like let's just try to tip it back to somebody. Like he got his own rebound off a tip, and then let somebody else beat you. Don't let the best player that you know is going to take the shot. Like bring help, do something. I'm watching this, and you're seeing it unfold. And I wanted to choke myself out watching my son's basketball game.
I'll grab your neck right now.
Yeah, I mean, just like box out, like it's the first thing you use, and you never let literally your best player beat you. Let somebody else beat you. So yeah, I just and then I mean, health, it sucks. I mean, it's a grind, and I understand that, but you know, if it is a broken toe, you know how hard that is to play. I don't care how much Toradol and stuff they shoot up in your foot. That can't be fun running up and down. But yeah, and I think the Nuggets OKC is going to go back and forth. I think it's going to go 7, and I'll take Denver in 7. But I just think the back and forth is going to make it a bearable series. That game was horrendous to watch yesterday.
Nuggets have been champions before. They've been here before. So if it goes 7, I'm going to trust that the older veteran team that's been there before is going to figure out how to get that easy or quick basket where it's going to make Shai Alexander force up shots. And OKC, Shai's been really incredible. I didn't get a chance to watch Shai all season long. I did take shots at Shai Alexander because I just think that the NBA forgets how good Jokic is, and he deserves to be the MVP every single year. He is the Michael Jordan of basketball right now. I don't think there's anybody better than him. You could go up and down. He's not Michael Jordan, but when you look at his talent, a 7-foot guy that could see the court, he's Wayne Gretzky on a basketball court that can shoot, that can defend, that can get to the hole at will and dominate.
Errol, in game 1, he had 42, 22, and 6.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. He's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, he's going to have to do that for them to win against this team. This is a great team. They won 68 games this year. I don't know how their coach didn't get more consideration for Coach of the Year over Kenny Atkinson. He only got like 2 votes. You would think that they would be closer than that. I don't really know what that's about.
I good of a GM.
I guess. It's a really loaded team. You have depth pieces everywhere. I think they're exposed with this Chet experiment because I don't think they should play him inside, and he needs to try to find. He's just too frail.
Did you see
He's
the
getting
picture
beat
of his legs compared to Jokic's legs? And like, why are they having him try and play in the paint?
He's got
I
chicken
was worried
legs.
about him out of the draft for that reason.
He's got chicken legs. First of all,
he's so skinny.
I knew he was going to be good.
You did. I remember that.
I knew
He's so talented, but in a playoff series where the banging underneath is legitimate, not like what you see in the regular season, he's not there yet. No way. I mean, I remember Kevin Durant came into the league. He didn't even bother with the post game for a long time, and I don't think this guy really should either, to be honest with you, until he builds up some strength. I mean, look at Durant now. You know, he can do everything. Obviously, if he wanted to. He's also 7'1". I don't think Chet's that big, but that's kind of an issue for them in this series because Aaron Gordon's a strong freaking man. That dude's just all beef. Like, he's a dunk champion for a reason. He can hit threes now. He's been a lot better than I thought he would be for this Nuggets team. He stepped up more than his role was when they won the championship.
There's been some cool stories about him too, like losing his brother, then switching his number. He hit that three
by a dog and being eaten by a dog.
He hit that three because he wore 50 and his brother was 32. He hit that three with 3.2 seconds left on the clock.
Oh wow! Crazy.
You know,
that's crazy.
It's incredible, and I will sit here today and say this: you need the understanding how to win. If you're not, you've never been there before, and OKC's never been there before. If it goes 7 games, the pressure is on them, the OKC Thunder, where everybody expects them to go to the Western Conference Finals because they've been the best team in the West. And that goes to the Celtics too. If it goes 7 games, even if they come back, guess what? Who's the pressure on? If the Knicks lose, nobody expected them to be there. So even if they come back in this series, the Knicks have the opportunity to have the benefits of being the underdog. So I know everybody's sitting here and everybody's going to try to figure out and try to make excuses on where and what this series is going to turn out to be. I just think that the Thunder is the obviously the benefit team because they've been the best team in the Western Conference Finals, but the team that has the most experience, the Nuggets. So, and the Pacers, I don't really care about the Pacers. Honestly, whoever comes out of the Celtics and Knicks series is going to have the advantage. Everybody knows that. No matter who comes out of this series, they're going to have the advantage against the Cavaliers that are not 100% healthy and the Pacers that don't shut the hell up and they think that they're better than everybody else. And I love that Reggie Miller wants to see it, ladies and gentlemen, because when Reggie's sitting there talking with Ian Eagle and I'm laughing when the Knicks knock him out like they did years and years ago because Reggie had a problem knocking out the Knicks, I'm going to laugh as the Knicks are going to head to the finals and finally maybe get over the hump since that 94 debacle against the one and only Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon. Before we get to our guests, ladies and gentlemen, our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You not a lock. I don't have a lock, but I mean, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a doozy. Let me tell you. Shedeur Sanders is set up to fail with the Browns. Robert Griffin III says, well, are you hearing this? Shedeur, ladies and gentlemen, is a headliner of the group. He sells tickets. He sells jerseys. He sells confidence to his teammates who have said they can't wait to play with him and non-teammates. That's what Robert Griffin says. And guess what? Robert Griffin also says that the Cleveland Browns has set him up to fail. You know what I say to Robert Griffin III? Guess what? Shut up. I don't want to hear what you have to say. You're absolutely a dumbass. Because here's the facts. Shedeur Sanders opens his mouth way too much. If he's not doing it on the football field, he's doing it off the football field. And the reason why he fell to the 5th round, because he doesn't shut up. Robert Griffin should not be speaking. How long was his career in the NFL when he came out and said, I'm a track and field runner, I'm a champion, I'm this, I'm that, I'm rookie of the year? How long was your career, Robert? I love you, Rob. I know he's friends with Nathan. That's great. Here's what I have to say to Robert Griffin III. I know you're analyzing things. I know you're an analyst, and I know you were an NFL quarterback. This guy is a debacle. He has been nothing but a debacle since he went to play college football, and he's going to be a debacle in the NFL because he's a debacle, and he believes that he's better than he is. So my deuce of the day goes to Robert Griffin III, because I think everybody should tell him to go simmer down, because we know what Shedeur Sanders is. An absolute loser! When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting carefully and calmly. We will be talking to former Panthers cornerback C.J. Wilson. But our Sports Minute is on the way with the one and only Aaron Fishman.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute for tonight. Got a few stories before we get into the scores. Get ready, hockey fans, for the newest team mascot in the NHL. Yes, the Utah hockey team from now on will be known as the Utah Mammoth, with a woolly mammoth as the mascot. We love the passion of the people of Utah and the way they showed up for the team during its inaugural season and the energy they brought to voting on its permanent identity. From day one, we committed that this team would be built with and for the people of Utah, and we are excited to celebrate today's launch with the entire state. The community chose Utah Mammoth brand, and it stands as a symbol of who we are, where we came from, and the unstoppable force we're building together. That is Ryan and Ashley Smith, the owners of the Utah Mammoth. The Mammoth also made a mammoth leap up in the NHL draft lottery from 14th, where they were supposed to draft, all the way up to 4th pick in this year's 2025 entry-level draft. Another story, kind of shocking today, came out. Manny Pacquiao. Yes, that Manny Pacquiao is coming out of retirement, everyone. Yes, the 46-year-old boxing legend who last fought in August of 2021 when he lost a unanimous decision against Yordenis Ugas for the WBA Super Welterweight Championship. Pacquiao will face Mario Barrios for the WBC Welterweight Championship on July 19th in Las Vegas. The fight will be available via PBC on Prime Video pay-per-view. Barrios last fought on the undercard of the Jake Paul-Mike Tyson spectacle in November. Well, I guess the spectacles will continue this July in Vegas. And finally, for stories before we get into these scores, Leafs starting goalie Anthony Stolarz will remain in Toronto as his team travels to Florida to continue the series versus the Panthers on Friday. Stolarz was injured in Game 1 when he was struck in the head by the arm of Panthers Sam Bennett. His backup, Joseph Woll, has held the line, and the Leafs go into the swamps in Florida with a 2-0 series lead. Although the team has not confirmed that Stolarz had a concussion, the vomiting on the bench and the common sense says otherwise, meaning Stolarz may not make it back this series. In baseball today, going on right now, live action, the Rays are up on the Phillies 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th, and the Braves 2-1 as well in the top of the 6th over the Reds. Still to come tonight, the Angels and Blue Jays, Diamondbacks and Dodgers. But before we leave, earlier today, a bunch of action. 5-2 win for the Twins against the Orioles. We have a 5-0 blanking by the Red Sox over the Rangers. We have a 10-0 blanking by the Royals over the White Sox, who keeps spiraling out of control. Bubic with his 4th win of the season. He's got a 1.69 ERA. 10-2 win in Colorado for the Tigers. It is now 6-30 for the Rockies so far this season. And actually, they had a doubleheader where they lost 11-1, so that's 21-3 in 2 games. They are 6-31. Going to the NBA, just underway. Timberwolves and Warriors, 6-0 Timberwolves early in the first. And in the NHL, we have in the second period, Capitals are up 1-0 on the Hurricanes. That is a 1-0 series lead for Carolina. And later to come tonight, the Oilers and the Golden Knights. The Edmonton Oilers have a 1-0 series lead. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba and the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can now find us in video on Spotify, and keep checking us out on Apple Podcasts. Like, subscribe to all of our shorts, reels, and videos and TikToks you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
A lot of hot ladies.
3 guys.
I'm not licking anyone's head in black. Her life.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Timberland, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the one and only Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest on, ladies and gentlemen, this show is brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a New York Giants fan, well, you can get your New York Giants wonderful Ice Shaker. If you want to waste your money, you can go to iceshaker.com. If you're a Jet fan, and boy, you're definitely wasting your money, you can get your Ice Shaker by going to www.iceshaker.com. And if you want to watch Patrick Mahomes cheat again to win a Super Bowl, you can go to Kansas City and get your Ice Shaker by going to www.iceshaker.com. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly, carefully. He smells good. I can smell him from over here. The one and only. We are talking to former Panthers quarterback, the one, the only, the Wilster himself, CJ Wilson. CJ, what's up, man?
Oh, ain't nothing to it, man. Loving the show already. You boys already turned up. I love it.
Well, I gotta turn around. I'm like a piece of steak. You gotta turn it up a couple of times before the juices come out of it.
No, just because you like your steak well done, don't judge us people that don't want boot leather.
Well, first of all, I don't like it red because I don't want to get sick. I know what they do over there in Nebraska. I mean, you're over there in the sticks. That's all they do. They cut the beef and they eat it. I actually like to cook the beef, if you know what I mean. And Speedy likes to eat the beef, right, Speedy?
I like flavor. I'm going to side by that. It doesn't matter about
CJ, how you like your steak?
Hey man, I'm deep country, man. I'm well done. I got to see it well done.
See you guys later.
That's right. That's right, CJ. You know what it's all about. It's all about eating that well-done leather. Because you know what? You chop it up, you put them in some chocolate, wonderful barbecue sauce. I like it chocolatey, okay? I like it nice and sexy.
And you put barbecue sauce on it?
Oh, love it. Baby. I don't like the hot sauce. I like the barbecue. I like the BBQ. And yes, I like honey mustard too, but I won't dip my steak in honey mustard. I will not.
I don't argue with the honey mustard. Like I mess with honey mustard. I love it.
And steak? Steak?
Not on steak. No, you don't do anything on steak.
What do we speak about here?
You said barbecue sauce on steak. I don't mess with. But honey mustard?
Well, hold on one second.
Not on steak, though.
That's barbecue sauce. Gives it flavor, right, Speedy? Flavor.
No, not if you season it right and it's a good steak.
Dude, are you kidding me? Who doesn't like barbecue sauce? BBQ, baby. I mean, they make
on barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue. Yes,
absolutely. Not on steak.
100%. How could you not? I mean, CJ, you don't like barbecue sauce on your steak? Come on.
I'm from Texas, man. Barbecue, steaks, and football. That's what we do down here, man. Sorry.
Get him, CJ. This is fun. This is moving, baby.
I got no questions for this segment. I'm out.
Listen, they like corn, so he'll be hanging out in the cornfields.
Shout out to Nebraska, man. Shout out to Nebraska.
If you're a Hoosier, I'm sorry, not a Husker, as Huskers only, as Speedy always says. As we have a drop somewhere over here. It's somewhere. I can't find it. I'm losing it today. Here it is.
Huskers only.
Huskers only, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, Jabba Chamberlain's all about it. Speaking of football, as we're here with CJ, and CJ is coaching right now. He's doing a lot of great things right now with the young ones. But there's a young team right now in Carolina that you know a little bit about. Bryce Young had a pretty good second half. They added the best wide receiver in this class. What are your thoughts to the Carolina Panthers first round pick? And we all know who he is, Arizona, Big Papa, big, long in stature. Speedy likes it long. He likes it thick. Well, he's got one. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know C.J. Wilson. What do you think about Carolina's first round pick?
I loved it. Giving Bryce another weapon. I mean, I felt like what they should have done from the beginning is what you drafted the kid because of what he did at Ohio State. And he had a boatload of weapons there. They're finally starting to go through the process of getting him the type of weapons that he had there. So as they continue to add, different guys, the other guys that they added in the draft, but especially him, you're going to get a chance to see the Bryce that you drafted. I don't think anyone has gotten a chance to see the real Bryce that they drafted because he went into a situation not having the weapons that he needed. So giving him this kid with a couple more years to develop should be pretty awesome.
And by the way, it was Alabama, but those quarterbacks come from Ohio State too. But Bryce was, hey, listen, I'm helping you here, man.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
Listen, you're not Robert Griffin III, okay? You're not going out there and it's a little lost in its own little translation. Hey, I'm going to help you out. Go ahead, Speedy.
Yeah, that's about the defensive side of the ball. They drafted a couple edge rushers too, and they gave J.C. Horn, who was your position, a big contract, a $25 million a year contract. So what are your outlook on this defense right now, especially with a turnaround with the coaching staff?
Overall, I thought it was a solid draft. You can never go wrong drafting edge guys. It's a 7-on-7 league now. So if you got guys that can rush the quarterback and get there and pretty much, especially SEC guys that's used to that, to a certain thought process as in terms of getting to the QB, I think it's always good. So they did a great job with getting the guys on the defense. JC out at corner. I like his style. I love to see him perform better. He's already done a great job, don't get me wrong, but I like to see him take that next step to being mentioned in that top 3, that top 5 best cornerbacks in the league. He certainly has the ability to do it, but it's just about the maturation process and actually taking that step to say, hey, whoever the best guy is, I'm going to go follow him. Forget everything else. Once you get to that point and get that respect in the league, then even the contract he signed for, he'll be setting himself up for one that probably doubles that.
Yeah, CJ, you just said like drafting edge guys is never a bad thing. And when do you think it became prevalent that it got its own name? And just reading stories about the edge rushers that, got drafted and literally they told Abdul Carter, obviously he's an anomaly, but they're like, you need to learn 5 positions. Can you kind of explain and what that mentality goes in trying to learn all those? And are you good at all of them? Are you great at certain specifics, like dropping into coverage or on the pass rush? Like that, it just seems like so much being in one's position to be able to be that good. And obviously all the edges that were drafted were very, very talented. But me being a non-football guy and seeing that position, how becoming so prevalent, like how hard is it and how much mental capacity does it go into preparing for a game each and every week?
It's a reason why those guys are in the top 1% in the world. You have to be able to do something that not only physically you got to be in a separate category, but psychologically you have to. So to ask a guy to play 3, 4, 5 different positions, the league is shifting. The more on one side of you see guys getting more money. Well, these owners are sitting down looking at it like, well, if I'm paying you all this money to do one thing, I'm really not getting my money's worth. So I might as well ask you to do more, because what they teach, there's only about 10 guys, 8 to 10 guys that actually play football on an NFL roster. Everybody else is week to week, check to check. Everybody else is you better do more than what it is that's on this actual roster. So with the salary cap going up, money going up, they're asking those 8 to 10 guys who was used to doing one thing, now those guys got to do more. That's why you're looking at quarterbacks. You can't just sit in the pocket and throw no more. Now you got to read game. Now you got to be able to RPO. Now you got to be able to run the ball, called runs. It's the reason why they're doing that. They need guys to be more versatile because they want more bang for the buck. So that's what you're seeing. Edge rushers being able to rush the passer, drop back, zone drop. They give a tag call where you got to peel off on the running backs and stuff like that, or even guard tight ends. Yeah, I mean, if they're paying you $40 million a year, I want you more than just putting your fingers in the dirt and beating this other big guy. I need you to be able to do more things. So, and it also puts coaches who've been, I'm just going to say it, it's a lot of coaches been skating by for a long time, not really being able to coach.
One of them is over there in Pittsburgh.
So now guys have to be able to say, hey, I need you to do this, and here's why. Do this, and here's why. Do this, and here's why. As opposed to, well, I got a guy, I ain't worried about that. So that's what you're saying.
We are talking to former Panthers cornerback C.J. Wilson. Well, we all know what happened. The Browns were sitting there at number 2, and everybody was wondering, what are the Browns going to do at number 2? Hey, guess what? They're going to trade with Jacksonville to go after Travis, a.k.a. the Gremlin himself, no Hunter. And boy, oh boy, if he wasn't on the Ewok adventure, he was definitely on Gremlins, because he definitely is going to star in Gremlins 3. I can't stand this kid. I met him at the Heisman Trophy dinner. The guy stood tall. He thought that he was bigger than the world. I think that the Heisman Trophy and the group of them voted him in when I thought he was the bona fide Heisman Trophy winner. And this guy went out there. He smiles. He's got a bright smile. Deion Sanders loves him. He calls him his son, his stepson, or whatever the hell he calls him. And this guy has never won anything. He's never done anything. He never defended against a top wide receiver in the NCAA. Why does everybody have a love fest for the Gremlin himself? Please tell me.
Because the kid is a phenomenal talent. He has the right type of headlines behind him. And there's the league was shifted in a way for them to be able to highlight these storylines. He's going back home to Florida, which is where he's from. He's going to get a chance to actually pull in fans to make those people more money. It's going to be interesting to see how he does what he does. I don't know if they're going to play him offense, defense, or otherwise. Would I love to see him do something that hadn't been done before? Yes, but I think that's also arrogant to think that someone going into that league can do something like that. I don't think that he's been prepared psychologically to understand the NFL and college are two totally different games. I'm sorry. That guy in college is going back to his apartment or dorm room after it's over with, and he ain't gonna get in the portal until the end of the season. The NFL is a completely different game. That guy you playing against got a mortgage. He got kids at the yeah. It's different.
Right there. What is that? What does that equal? You know what that means? The guy's not going to have longer than a 7-year career in the NFL. The guy is so overrated. I think
he has said that already.
He is 7 years. That is it. That's all he's going to last in the NFL. Nobody's going to deal with a big mouth guy that goes out there, and he's got to play one-on-one with Brian Thomas every single week. And that guy is a beast. That guy is going to be the best wide receiver in football in 3 years. Remember I said that. Now it's 2 years now, because he is Justin Jefferson 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, give it 5, baby. Because Brian Thomas Jr. is my man. And if he was a Jet, he'd be even bigger, my man, if you know what I'm talking about, Petey. Nevertheless, I'm telling you right now, the one and only Brian Thomas versus this guy, and he's got to defend this guy. It might get him better, or it might even make him look like a pea shooter, which he probably is. There you go.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get a chance to show it. He's going to get a chance to show it. One of the things that I know about Deion, I've coached against him. I know him personally. I know his thought process and what he gives. And so the kid has had, like I said, he's in a position now to where you're going to have everything that you need. And he's going to get a chance to learn from a lot of great guys. I think the biggest thing for him outside of his day-to-day work is going to be what other greats that are technically sound is he going to connect with. Deion was a phenomenal talent that had an exceptional athleticism different than anybody else. Travis, this game that you got to play in now, you got to have skill set. Athleticism ain't enough. So we gonna see. I wish the best for the kid. He's in a great opportunity. He got to show what he can do.
So how would you coach him? How would you spread out the snaps? How would you spread out the percentages of how much you would play him? We had several ex-football players on during the draft in our draft coverage. And last week we had Quentin Coples. That was an interesting debate that Errol and him were having about how much he would play Travis Hunter. He was saying only play him on defense, don't play him on offense. What would you do if you were coaching him?
Well, I don't like to put caps on guys. So I'd let him, if we draft him, he was doing both in college, I'm going to let him play both in the league. And I'm going to do it all day in practice. Forget the games. I'm going to let him do it in practice, and then I'm going to monitor whether or not he can actually handle it. On defense, I think that's where he should go. I think he's better suited long term. Receiver, it takes too much. If you have a quarterback if you have a system, like most NFL systems are multi-layered, he's psychologically going to be burnt out by week 6 or 7. College football is not like that. So I'd start him out on defense and let him roll, and then throw him out there a little bit on offense just to, let him get touches and his big play ability. But again, that's something you got to earn in the league. I give him a shot to do it initially, but then after that, I'd have to gauge this kid to see where he's at.
What do you think? Okay, so you say that and you agree. What do you think? Like the adjustment, obviously, from college to the NFL is vast in more ways than one. What do you think that he, as you've watched him, that needs to work on the most to be successful? And do you think he can be successful on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, I think he could be successful on both sides of the ball. But again, it's going to come down to him getting in the room with guys like a Champ Bailey or a Charles Woodson, guys who had that type of capability, but didn't do it because of how hard it was to master one side. That's what I think he should do. As in terms of whether or not he, like I said, he can do it, but this is gonna be hard, man. Look, when I was given the Dallas Cowboys playbook by Rob Ryan, it was this big, fellas. And you got to know this by tomorrow. Hey, I'm gonna make whatever call I'm gonna make. I need you to go out there and know that by tomorrow. Now you take a kid that in Colorado, they weren't playing multi-layered offense and defense and all. They weren't doing all of that. So it's going to be a whole different world. The lingo, he's got to know everything offensive coordinator is thinking, and everything the defensive coordinator is thinking. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd give him a couple of plays over here, a package or so, give him a couple plays, let him play more so on defense, let him get up to the tempo and the speed, and then I'll roll it from there. And he's not a big guy. And that's what I don't think this hype machine understands. When you getting hit by a 240-pound guy playing safety, that's different than that 190-pound guy in college. It's a totally different game. And then you got to turn around and go defend a receiver that's 220, that's going for a big check. Is different. It's just different.
Do you think speed is the biggest adjustment from college to NFL? Do you think speed is the biggest one?
Physically, yes. One of them, yes. I think the biggest difference is the psychology. The psychology has to be different. In college, you always know that I can come back tomorrow. In the league, you can't think that. In the league, your dream is over. Your career is over that day or tomorrow. You get a phone call with 13 numbers on it in the middle of the night, and a guy you don't know saying, hey, the general manager want to see you in the morning. It's different. You're not getting that in college. It's over. So that's what you got to deal with. Imagine being a guy sitting at home and you get a phone call to come up to play. You've been working for months. You're at home. You're working at Burger King. You finally get that call to come up. They fly you up, and you got to keep your dream alive. You line up. You've been working. You've been training, and Travis Hunter is on the other side is on the opposite side of you. That guy got a whole different motivation than you do. The question is, how do you respond? So that dog talk, it sounds good until they bring another dog from another yard out there to come play against you. That's different.
That's when you get smacked by the wall. That's when you get smacked.
You just gotta hope that of those 13 phone calls, none of them are by Jack's old.
Right. Hey, Jadeveon Clowney just got cut today by the Panthers, man. You never know.
Yeah, look at Willie Whoppers, Speedy. Willie Whoppers. You got to give the Willie, and you got to get the Whop, as we all know. By the way, I love My Brother's Keeper. You know what movie that's from? New Jack City. That's what I'm talking about. One of my favorite movies. Chris Rock showed you why a comedian should not, I repeat, should not be an actor. So that's all I'm going to do with that. I'm just thinking the truth over here. I liked Ice-T. I like the movie, but come on, man, Chris Rock shouldn't have been in it. I'm trying to help you, Chris. I'm trying to help you. As we all know, we are talking to former Panthers cornerback C.J. Wilson. Well, C.J., there's a lot to think about over the last couple of weeks, especially through the draft. And there is a particular player that has stood out over the last couple of weeks from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And his name is George Pickens. Yes, he's been a guy that yaps his mouth, beats people up in the huddle, and then when he's on top of somebody, elbowing, hitting them in the private areas. We know somebody that used to do that. He was on this show, Sean Smith. So we all know about dirty, baby. Dirty.
There's an ex-Patriots quarterback that's now in the Jaguars that like to kick guys in the nuts, too.
And then we hear over a couple of days, or actually a couple hours, that most GMs were not even calling up the Pittsburgh Steelers because they didn't want him. They didn't want to deal with that crap in the locker room and everything else. And you know who calls up? He gets the trade. You said it, baby. The one and only Dallas Cowboys. The Cowgirls themselves reaching out, maybe having a cheerleader call up over there and saying, hey, baby, come over here. I'll tell you a couple of things. Well, ladies and gentlemen, George Pickens is now a Cowboy. He's playing with CeeDee Lamb. And by the way, Lamb is not going to enjoy that piece of chicken on the damn football field. Your thoughts to the George Pickens story, and how is this going to work over there with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens as Mr. One and Only Dak Prescott throwing that little pigskin right to the beef of that jerky?
Phenomenal talent, great PR move for the team, for the fans. I mean, perfect timing when everything settled down to kind of help people transition from the Shador Sanders thing. Football related, I think it was a terrible move. I believe it was a terrible move. It makes sense, though, because Jerry liked guys that have trouble pass, which, I mean, shout out to him for, finding someone who can, who likes that thought process. Again, the kid's phenomenal talent, but you have a problem. The problem is this. When he doesn't get the ball the way that he wants, because it's going to happen. When he doesn't get it, the question is going to be, how is he going to respond? If you didn't really have much to work with in Pittsburgh, you don't really have much to work with here in Dallas. CD is going to get 10, 15 targets a game, double team, triple team, his mama teamed. It ain't going to matter. He going to get doubled. So you going to pitch a fit, you're going to punch somebody in the face here? It's different eyes here than it is in Pittsburgh. In Dallas, they're going to be watching everything from the moment you walk out the locker room. Literally. We all have seen that. I experienced it. It's different when you pissed off in the hallway in Pittsburgh. Ain't nobody going to see that. But here, it's different. So, again, for all of the media and all of that stuff, it's a great deal. Again, the kid is phenomenal talent. He is. He's a tall, good-sized guy. He can make plays on the ball. I think he's a very good football player. But again, psychology. I don't think the psychological element of playing for that star, it's going to be a little tough.
So another guy that's been a personality, Fish and I were, our executive producer, were talking about him a couple of weeks ago, Jalen Ramsey demanding a trade from the Dolphins. And he's a great corner, but he's bumped around. Probably still played like a top 15 corner last year. Would you trade for him if you were a team? And how do you think his longevity could be going to another team?
100%. I would want Jalen Ramsey in any room that I'm in. It's his know-how. He's one of those guys that it's like the Gilmore. Those are guys, man, that even if they're not playing as much as they used to or doing what they used to, you got to have a guy like that in the room so you can make him like a prototype or an archetype for the rest of your room. That's what you want. Jalen may not be able to play, 70 snaps like he used to, but give me 30 plays of Jalen Ramsey at his best. And then let me go draft 2 kids that's like him or built like him, that's willing to listen, and I'm good. I'm good because if nothing else, he's going to teach them how to win. Even if they don't win, he's going to teach them how to win.
Hold on one second. Wasn't that the guy in GQ magazine that said Josh Allen was a shell of a quarterback in the NFL? Wasn't that the guy that told everybody that Josh Allen wasn't going to be a good quarterback in the NFL? What's going on, Jalen? This guy is the best quarterback or second best quarterback right now in the NFL. I don't hear Jalen Ramsey going into GQ magazine or Playgirl magazine as he's flexing for all the people out there. Give me a break. It is absolutely despicable.
I'm gonna give you some pushback here.
Hit me.
I agree with it.
I want to hear this one, please.
Tell me, okay. So all of the great things, let's slide that in this corner. All right, let's slide that in Josh's corner. Tell me how, with everything centered around him, including the NFL, why does he keep getting to the point to where they're trying to push it over for him, but he can't get it done? When are we going to see his best? Because he's already been given everything he needs to tip the hat in his favor. They've tried to help him beat Mahomes. I don't know if y'all have witnessed that. They literally have tried to help him beat Mahomes. Can't get it done. I don't understand it.
Well, they screwed him last playoff. I mean, come on. You don't think Buffalo got screwed by the NFL? Come on. That was a first down, buddy. That was a first down. And how could you allow that catch when it hit the ground? How could you count that catch as a catch when everybody saw it hit the ground? And then you watched it on the replay and you said it was a catch. Come on. Are you kidding me? It's always Kansas City's way. Always. It finally didn't. Thank you to the Eagles.
I agree.
Ball up their ass.
I agree with you to this degree. The game never should have been that close to begin with. They were better than Kansas City from the start. It never should have came down to a play or two. That's the problem. When they say for I say like the last 3 years, he should have gotten over the hump. His biggest nemesis has been Mahomes, but he has everything that Mahomes doesn't. And he got the game at home last year. How do you not win that in those conditions?
They stopped running the ball. That's why.
There you go.
That's the coach.
No. See, I'm glad you said that. That's the reason why Jalen said what he said. He didn't put it out there, but I'm going to tell you. When they give him that call, they're giving him 3 plays. He's not getting 2. He's getting 3. Josh goes out there and he makes those calls himself. McDermott is a defensive guy. McDermott is not, you'll see him go cursing and all that type of stuff. He's not going to go and do that to Josh. He's going to do it to other people. Josh will make those calls. If you listen to his interviews after the game, he'll tell you that, I saw this different, this, that, and the third. I just got to be better. Some of that's PR, but I'm telling you straight up because of what I know, Josh is not choosing to run the ball that much because it takes away from what he's trying to do. That's always been his knock. Whenever they get close, you got to watch him carefully. He'll make some amazing plays. Then there'll be some plays you'll be like, why wouldn't you just give this up? It doesn't make sense. But that's Josh. So I do agree with Jalen on that because Josh could be better. Look, they can win the Super Bowl this year if they do what you just said. If they hand the ball off and let him just play action off of it, they can go win the Super Bowl. But you got to play up to this MVP stuff and let's get everything over the hump and all that. You don't have to do that to win. That's the difference between him and Mahomes. Mahomes will do whatever it takes to win. Josh not there yet.
Do you think winning equals greatness? Or if you don't win, you're not considered one of the greatest?
No, I think greatness equals greatness. That's what I think. I think that in order for you to win, you have to learn how to do it. And that takes you out of the area of being good. Good is not great for goodness' sake. Goodness is a whole different sacrifice. It requires a whole different mindset. Good is going to make you feel good. You're going to burp and maybe go do the number 2 here in a little bit. That's good. That's good food. Great food going to have you thinking about it, trying to figure out when the next time you can get it again. And I'm talking about more than just food. There you go. And I'm talking about more than just food. So it's those type of things.
talking about going number 2. We have a guy that's not here right now. That does
No, so greatness is a whole different category, man. It's levels to it. It's levels to it, and you don't have to. The winning will come. That'll come. You just got to understand the how and the why you win. That's all.
So, Errol and our guy in the private chat here, Nathan, who's our PR guy, had an interview with one of your ex teammates at the Super Bowl. That was Jonathan Stewart. What was he like on and off the field?
No, man, child. That man, child. Jonathan was a guy that I was thankful to God every day was on my team. I did not want to play against him, didn't want to tackle him, none of that. He was a guy that he would it looked like he would run through steel and you feel bad for the steel. And then as he coming back to the huddle, you'd be like, okay, I'm glad that guy on my team. But his toe looked like, I don't know, what do you call it? What was the name of that movie? His toes was so ugly. It's actually a part of what kind of derailed. He had toe injuries that actually derailed his career. So most of the time, man, what you guys saw with Stu was he wouldn't practice during the week. Stu would be in the cold tub all week and then go out and run for 100 yards on 15 carries.
That
Real
guy's
talk.
by the way. We got a chance to meet him at Radio Row. And he sat with us. He carries around his book bag everywhere he goes. I don't know what he's hiding in it. My first question to him is, are you going to school or something? Or what is it? Jan Sport book bag. I haven't seen one of those in like 20 years. I mean, Jan Sport. And I'm laughing. And I'm like, where'd you get that bag? He's like, oh, I had it since I was in grade school. I was like, man, it looks pretty damn good. And by the way, he's built like it. You're absolutely right. And by the way, his golf game's pretty good too, I hear. So he's a pretty good golfer. So he likes to swing, club speed. He should hang out with him.
He's an amazing pianist. He'll literally go run for 150 yards, break somebody's collarbone, and then go home and play the piano for about an hour or two. They need to do a Chappelle Show skit about that guy. He has an amazing lifestyle, man. I'm telling you.
He's
Jay
cool.
Stu.
He was cool. He was to hang out with and very calm and collective and very kind too. You wouldn't expect him to be a football player when he sat back. And even when he came over there, he was looking around like, I'm like, dude, what are you looking for? He's like, I want to see what's around me. I thought that he was afraid somebody was going to smack him in the back of the head. I mean, that's what he was looking around. I'm like, what are you looking for? And it was so funny. I forget who I interviewed him with. Speedy, was it Nick? Was it Nick?
No, I think it was Nathan.
It was Nathan. That's right. It was Nathan that we were sitting with. So it was pretty cool. And Nathan actually wanted to sit down. I remember that was the only interview I did with Nathan. But as everybody knows, we are talking to former Panthers cornerback C.J. Wilson. C.J., one more question to me and Shedeur Sanders. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
You've heard my take on Shedeur Sanders, okay?
Yeah.
You know what I feel about the kid. I'm not very fond of the man. He's a boy in a man's body who walked around. Dude, I saw him at Radio Row. He had an entourage of 30 to 25 people following him around like he's like Michael Jordan, okay? An entourage. He wouldn't speak to anybody. The only people that he was speaking to is little kids running around asking for his autograph. He wouldn't talk to no one unless somebody came to him and said, hello, sir. How are you, sir? Could I get an interview from you? And I was like, I don't want to interview that guy. So we got a chance to see him walk around. And then during the combine, he didn't throw it into anything, but he spoke to the press, said some freaking crazy, if you don't pick me, you're making a big mistake. And, you're just stupid if you don't pick me. And then all of a sudden, he said it again at his pro day. He didn't look good on his pro day. He said it again, too. And then there were stories coming out that Dion was his agent, that Dion didn't want him to go to 5 teams he would not allow his son to go to. I just think teams just decided, hey, you know what? We don't want to deal with this craziness. We don't want to deal with this selfish bastard, and we're not drafting him. Your thoughts to Shedeur Sanders. Are you surprised that people spanked him all the way to the 5th round?
No, I'm not. And I know most of the sports community is split on this. But no, I'm not surprised. And the reason why I say that is there are so many people who players who don't understand that this is a job interview. All of that other stuff don't matter. It's a job interview. And what I'd like for people to kind of take a look at is, and Lord knows I've had this conversation with my coaches, my kids, all kind of people, but so I'll just say this. You're getting a chance in 2025 to see what his father was like back when he came out. It's just that he wasn't getting that type of coverage. He was coached by his dad to operate a certain way. Again, I know them both. I have coached against them both. I understand how their thought process is. I love them both, but their take on this was grossly overlooked, done the wrong way. There's too much put into me being seen as opposed to me working. I love the confidence. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for the confidence, but it goes to another level with the thought process of how to do this stuff when you're not in control of the NFL. They've shown everybody that they control it. The owners control it. You can say what you want. They control it. And I think he got a chance to actually see that from bombing those interviews. And look, man, I'm gonna tell you straight up. When you go sit down with a team and they have people come in your classes, following you around campus, they're flying you places. They got people in the hotels looking at you when they fly you there. When they give you playbooks and ask you to, okay, break this down, tell me this and tell me that, they're thinking if I'm going to put millions of dollars in you, I need to be able to predict your responses. With him, they can't really predict his responses. He knew that. His father knew that. But they felt like that they could do it because of the bravado in the name of his father. So what you're seeing is Deion 2.0. And it only worked for Deion because there wasn't that much coverage. Deion would answer questions the exact same way when he was younger. He just coached his son to do the same thing. So that's what you're seeing. If Shador had the athleticism his father had, he wouldn't have to say anything. But he didn't. And no one told him the truth of, hey, man, this is not the route. It's a job interview. Now he's check to check. He's going to be paid less money now than he was in college. So now you have to sit down and someone has to tell him, hey, this legendary stuff you got, I love it, but not right now. Tom Brady told him, hey, spend more time in the film room than you are in your Rolls Royce. Why do we need to know about you flying to Cleveland to go to the facility? Everybody that gets drafted has to do that. Why do we have to cover you doing that? Hell, they did that to me in Carolina, and I was a 7th-round pick. What is it? That doesn't say anything. Everyone does that. But it's this initiative to say, I am this, that, and the third, and all you're doing is making defensive guys. And more importantly, this last thing I'll say on this before we go forward. The part I don't think Deion or the crew has told him is this. Hey, you know that offensive tackle? Both of those guys? Maybe the way that you're speaking, have you asked them how they feel about it? Because now those guys that's going to peel their ears back to come and get you, I got to work super hard to stop these guys to begin with. But if I don't like how it is that you talking, and we don't really rock like that with each other, I might accidentally not be able to, I might accidentally not kick step the way that I should.
Wow.
See, we always look at the defensive guys getting excited. You got to start thinking about the tackles and maybe that tight end. Are they going to want to continue to block and run routes for a guy that's making himself become legendary before throwing a pass in the NFL? Who we don't even know how he hands the ball off, because all he's done his whole career since high school is throw the ball.
Or he's got great mentors of Kenny Pickett and Deshaun Watson to learn from.
I wish success for the kid. I do. But yes, to your point, yes.
Before we let you go, why don't you tell us what's going on with your football team? I see you're doing big things over there. I obviously I saw a couple of videos on social media on some of your speeches. I mean, you have a remarkable personality. We all know it. We see you on the show. Tell us a little bit about your football team, your season, and where do you see yourself in the future as a head coach?
Oh man, I'm thankful to God for the opportunity to do what it is that I'm doing. I have a calling, man, and I accept it. I realize it. My wife is the one, Karen. She's the one that actually pushed me into coaching. Period. All I wanted to do was because her and my mom actually had me push me to go back to graduate from Baylor after I retired from NFL. So everything that you guys see is a shout out to my wife and my mother for pushing me to go and do this, my wife for the coaching. Looking forward, what I want to do, well, I'll just touch on my team first. This year, we came up one half short. I had four of my starters, including my quarterback, got hurt in the last game of the year. We win the game, we go to the playoffs for the first time in, I think, like a decade, which I'm in my second season going there. We wasn't even supposed to be in contention or in conversation. And with 26 kids, we went up against 80. And it took 5 injuries, including one to my quarterback, for us not to make it. The rest of my programs in the school, we've gotten back. My girls' basketball program hadn't been to the playoffs in 40 years. We got them in this year. Basketball program got in. Track, we went to the regionals, which is the playoffs in track. Broke all of the school records and all that stuff. So I'm excited to be able to build, man. I could go to any school in the country respectfully and humbly. College, pro, I get those calls, invites every year, but I know what my calling is, and it's going to go help people that need it. I can go to the places that have everything. That's not going to move me. I went to Baylor when Baylor was facing the death penalty. So, and help turn that program around. So it's the same thing with what he's called me to do with helping kids. And I think more players that's gotten a chance to go to the highest level should go to programs that are struggling to help those kids, because those kids need to be seen and helped too. If we always go into the places that I always have, then I don't know what service we're really doing, because a lot of those kids are not going to appreciate what you're giving them anyway, because they already have. So we got some great things coming up. I'm excited about the year that's coming up. My daughter is 10 now, and she's old enough to understand me. Yeah, she's almost my height. So she's actually the same height as my wife, which is nuts. I'm scared to death.
Supermodel.
Yeah, and she's a track runner too. So I think it was last year she was a junior Olympian. So she can roll. But probably here in the next year or two, man, I'm looking to go to the college ranks to help a team there get up and get rolling and stuff like that. And as my wife and my daughter goes, man, I'll go as long as they tolerate me. I'll say that much.
I think you'd be great. I think if you keep going, eventually maybe you go to the NFL and you become a DB coach or a defensive coordinator. Why couldn't you do that? We're watching Aaron Glenn do it, and Aaron Glenn he's special. I love everything about him, and I'm so excited to see what an ex-Jet is going to get a chance to do. And we haven't seen an ex-Jet actually take over a team and actually stand for what the Jets are always been known for, is losing. Maybe he builds him up to be a winner. But CJ, we love you, man. And I'm rooting for you. And I love when you come on the show. We have a lot of fun. I love the shirt. I love and I love your personality, man. Keep up the good work, man. You are sensational. You really are.
I appreciate it, man. This is it's one of my wife's favorite movies, New Jack City. But this is also the name of my mentorship group that we have for the kids in our school, is My Brother's Keeper. And then we have MSK, which is My Sister's Keeper. So, yeah, man, just trying to rep my kids, man. That's all.
Yeah,
Hey, CJ, before we leave, can you explain to people what a polytechnic high school is? Because I feel like a lot of people don't know.
So a polytechnic high school, what it is now, it's a regular school now, regular public school now, but it used to be a school that actually specialized with different trades and stuff like that. So which unfortunately a lot of those trades have been taken out of the school. I know I've petitioned our principal to try to bring those back to actually make those fit. But that's all it's really just talking about, is taking trades out of school. I think our society as a whole, brother, would be way better if we had kids who understood that the trash man is making about 80, 90 grand a year.
With no debt.
With no debt. The guy that's the plumber is making $100,000 a year. The dude that's fixing cars is making a great living, has his own shop and has independence. They're moving towards a lot of this AI stuff, and I understand it. I get it, but There's everyday people that may never ever come into contact with that stuff full time. I'm gonna need a plumber full time. I'm gonna need a mechanic full time. I'm gonna need someone to do those jobs full time. So I'm gonna keep having those conversations, man, to see what all that we can do. But that's what Polytechnic stand for. It's talking about the different layers and levels of trade schools and technical schools.
Well, you definitely need to get some. You need to help Speedy because he definitely needs something on his wrench, if you know what I mean. Anyways, thank you, CJ, for joining us. We love you. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you, man. I know you're a fan of the show, but you know how crazy this shit is, and we like to get and we like to drive it where it hurts.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate you joining us. I know you're a busy guy, and Speedy was telling me it's been a little bit harder than usual to get you on the show, but we love when you come on the show, and you gave us some really good thoughts of a gremlin, a big mouth joker, and then a guy that they call Prime that needs to go back to prime time. Prime time in Speedy's underwear. Anyways, that's it. Anyways, thank you, my one and only friend. Oh, there it is. Perfect. What a face. Look at that, CJ. Don't they look like each other? What a specific.
Hey man, I'm about to go look at my wife to change this image y'all put up her, man. Shout out to Hunter, man. Hey, I love you boys to death, man. Love you boys to death. Call me anytime. I love you.
CJ, we love you too. Thank you very much. CJ Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, give him a golf clap. Come on, guys. Give him a golf clap. It is wonderful. He's wonderful, and he was sensational. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me?
My sexual fantasies.
It's not ideal, but if it's what means it's not ideal. But if it's not ideal, but if it is what we you can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
Time for Save Your Tears.
Okay, you guys ready for this? This is a landmark episode of Save Your Tears. Again, if you are new to it, on Monday, we picked our rosters. I'll show you who we picked from in a second here. And this were the games that came out on Monday and Wednesday for games 1 and 2 of the semifinals. So we got to pick we have $15 to pick. Everyone picked their roster. And the results, please.
Are they bad?
The results are we have a tie at the top between me and Errol because Errol copied my team.
Shut up. Goody won.
Goody has third place with his knowing anything.
Yeah, top 3.
First of all, I didn't copy the team because I wasn't even paying attention when you were picking your team.
Sure, I believe
was watching the Knicks game, obviously, if you remember.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I was watching the Knicks game too. But look, let's just go over who scored. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the leader at point guard. We actually did not make the best pick by taking Jalen Brunson. He came in third. Derek White actually had a really good game, had a few more fantasy points. Jokic was the big winner as far as the points. Again, he had that 42 and 22 and 6 game. He had 128 points. Jason Tatum, 109.5. Guys that really underachieved. Oh, Josh Hart, by the way, was big for Errol and Mai's team. Kind of outpaced almost everyone. Jalen Williams, great pick by Goody, who doesn't know who that guy is. Michael Porter Jr. was terrible. Terrible, 29.8. Everyone kind of took Pritchard because he was $1. He wasn't any good. Christian Brown wasn't any good. Drew Holiday wasn't any good. And Jamal Murray didn't really have that good of a game. So that's where we are. And Errol, I texted you earlier today in case this was going to happen.
Yep.
And I asked you, who do you think tonight in the game in action, at the time we go over right now, will have the most fantasy points? And he named someone and I named someone. He named Anthony Edwards. I named Jimmy Buckets. And the big reveal right now is Errol wins his first ever Save Your Tears because the T-Wolves are spanking the Warriors. They are putting in Kevin Knox right now of Knicks infamy
Oh, boy.
to play on the court.
See, a lot of these
may
old
as well
Knicks-
just turn the game off if you're watching. This game is over. That dude is terrible.
Told you this.
So there's 3 different finals combinations. Obviously, the Timberwolves will be the fun one with Randall and DiVincenzo, but then you got OKC with Hartenstein. Now the Warriors for Kevin Knox.
I told you this was going to happen, by the way. And this series is going to go pretty quick. If Steph Curry doesn't come back soon, even comes back hurt, they have a better chance of even keeping up with. But it's just, this is putrid. This is just bad. That's
all right. So the way this goes is you're supposed to get a compliment from all of the losers when you win, and it goes in reverse order. So Tommy's not here tonight. Tommy, I'm sure, will write his in a sophisticated email to you later on, as he's wont to do. But Jabba, you're up first, Jabba.
Good. That's what I want to know.
Well, finally, you won. So congratulations on just giving it another excuse that you didn't just take fishes.
Still won. I still picked the other guys. So
again, it has to be 51%.
Hey, I'm getting there.
It's all right.
Getting there.
We're still at 0% though.
I know, but I didn't really say that much.
True.
But no, your vast knowledge of every sport and being close but not there, always being in the top 3, just shows how dedicated you are to your craft. And it was about time that you got a very deserved win. And I don't think this is probably going to be the last one. So congratulations. That was 51 right on the button.
That was nicer than I thought.
All right. Speedy Petey, you are next.
It was only a matter of where the compile score was eventually going to win for Errol. The track record says that that's bound to happen at some point, based on a lot of stats. And it was the heart and soul of Josh Hart that definitely elevated Jalen Brunson. Still doing very well, still doing better than most of the other point guards besides Shai. Got to give him credit on those picks. Sticking with those Knicks, so gotta love it for a Knicks fan staying passionate to his craft.
Well, all right. Well, here I go. Errol, despite the fact you just copied and pasted my template, it was a wonderful job by you. You definitely took the best advice on crafting this team. You definitely did all the proper research, because you don't even have to. You are such a wise, wisdom holding
don't lie to yourself here.
Of the sports knowledge. It's just so impressive. It's hard to even fathom anyone, besides me, of course, because we had the exact same score, that could have come up with such a roster. I mean, let's just face it. Genius on display.
Well, I just want to let you guys know something. I was going with Brunson and Jokic no matter what. So it all fell that way because that's where I was going. I mean, normally you look at the big man, you're going to go with Jokic. I didn't think anybody else I was going with. Everybody knows how much I love Jokic. And then obviously Jalen Brunson was the best point guard on the board as far as I'm concerned. So that's where I was going no matter what. So
guess what? Our third place finisher who spent, he told me he was in the lab late coming up with that roster. And he got third place. Great job by Nick Goody. But Nick, again, it's time for compliments.
All right,
Errol won the tiebreak.
I can only imagine what he's going to say.
He left.
You told me 9:45.
And he disappears again. It's like a magic trick.
Now you see me? Now you go.
Yeah, a lot of magicians in Orlando over there. So, Goody, it's time to give Errol some comp. 51 only has to be 51% positive. Go ahead. Third place finisher, Nick Goody.
Give me a second here, dude. You just put me on the spot. Here I am.
I thought this would be like genuine, like the real world, like when they get in front of the camera.
Here I am thinking, here I am getting a text. Hey, you want to come in for Save Your Tears? I'm like, oh, for sure. I won this. And now you put me on the spot, and I immediately have to give a compliment.
You're the third place winner. You get
That's
the bronze.
The second loser, dog. That ain't a winner. That's a loser.
Well, I got to highlight your name in a bronze-ish red.
That would be gold. That would be silver. I wouldn't be just, but whatever. What, I got to compliment both you dickbags?
No, I lost the tiebreaker. It's just Errol. But he did copy my roster.
What was the tiebreaker, by the way?
Who had the most points in the game that's live tonight when we would go over this?
Right on. Okay.
It was a fair tiebreaker.
Errol, what can I say? You have a voice meant for radio and a face meant for anything but TV. Your tattoos are elegant. You look like you got them for very cheap. And we are just very...
Are you kidding?
We are just so excited that you are here with your
torture.
Got to get to 51%. I think you got 10 more percent to get there, Goody.
Yeah, let me finish. We don't know how you pulled Brittany, but we definitely know it wasn't your face. It must be something with your tongue. I don't know. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. We love you. And we're just so happy that you won this Save Your Tears this week. It's the first time I think you've ever won. So enjoy this moment. It's not that hard.
This is torture. This was not. This wasn't.
And this has been Save Your Tears.
That little bastard.
That's why it's such a good game. Even when you win, you lose.
It's 51% compliment. I couldn't just ride you. I had to get, I had to let you know.
How was it 51%? That was like 10%, maybe 13%. You're going from this to that to whatever the hell you were trying to get to. Speaking of getting to, NFL Network reports that George Pickens and a 2027 sixth-round pick has been traded to the Cowboys for a third-round pick next year and a fifth-round pick in 2027. Jerry Jones said after not drafting a wide receiver, he was very active in the wide receiver trade market since then. Reports say that the Steelers didn't want two receivers that had very similar skills after trading for DK Metcalf and paying him $30 million per year. After CeeDee Lamb, the next highest receiver was Jalen Tolbert, who had 610 receiving yards. Pickens has had 800 yards or more in all three of his NFL seasons. After DK Metcalf, the Steelers also have Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin, and Robert Woods as their other wide receiver depth. Mike Tomlin has criticized Pickens for a lack of effort at several points at the end of the season, particular with blocking. Pickens had 59 catches for 900 yards and 3 touchdowns last season. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty serious for the Cowboys. And if you're a Cowgirls fan, well, you should be happy. I do believe that adding George Pickens gives you another weapon, which they've been craving for the last 4 years. And CeeDee Lamb has not had another weapon really since you know him as Amari Cooper, who was traded over there to the Raiders. It has not worked for them. Actually, it wasn't the Raiders. It was the Browns, Cleveland Browns. I'm sorry. Right now, if you look at the position that the Cowboys are in, they needed another weapon. They needed a weapon that's going to absolutely take away double teams in the open field on CeeDee Lamb. And it made a lot of sense, being that George Pickens might have been the best receiver available, but the biggest mouth in the NFL. Now, if it works, it's a home run for the Cowboys. Absolute home run. But as we all know, Pittsburgh, former Pittsburgh wide receivers that have left Mike Tomlin, it never does. As we've seen it many, many times over, including a guy named Le'Veon Bell that was screwing, as he's a disgusting pig, his own cousin at the age of 13 years old. There is no control over these Pittsburgh Steelers. There's no nonsense that is never taken from Mike Tomlin and his coaching staff. This guy should have never finished the season on the Pittsburgh Steelers for all the things that you've heard on and off the field. And honestly, there's no control over these players over in Pittsburgh. And it's the perfect team, ladies and gentlemen, for him to go to. Why? Because this is an organization that took Greg friggin' Hardy. Yes, we all know what Greg Hardy did, how despicable and disgusting he is. Well, they went on and they dug their hands deep. And obviously Jerry Jones dug deep into his pockets or his pants to whip it out. And he's probably hanging out with Deshaun Watson because this guy is an absolute debacle. I'm interested to see how this is going to work. I know CeeDee Lamb had his own thoughts to obviously Dak Prescott. Now you're bringing this guy in. This is never going to work. And if it works, it's a slam dunk. It's a slam dunk. And Dak wanted that other weapon. But how is this going to work when you know CeeDee Lamb is the guy and this guy has always thought of himself as the guy? And if he's not the guy, boy, oh boy, he's going to stamp his feet and complain and cry the river. It's never going to work with the press over there with the Cowgirls. And I believe that one way or another, this is going to cause friction in that locker room when it comes to Dak Prescott and the offensive line and everybody on the offensive side of the ball. This is a bad move for the Cowboys. C.J. Wilson, that's why I asked C.J. Wilson. I wanted to know what he thought when it came, because he is a professional athlete. He was a professional football player, and he understands what goes into control in a locker room. This man has no control.
Yeah, I also looked with the Steelers perspective. I think they needed to get two very similar skill sets out of there. It was the biggest thing I said at the time. Like, you have a bigger bodied, inconsistent route running and then inconsistent stat production guy. He's had 3 good receiving seasons, 800 yards, I think at 1,150 and then 900 something last year. But his production is all in the span of 3 or 4 games. And DK Metcalf's been a little bit better than that, but he's still been a lot of the same version of his career. Now, for the Cowboys, I think it's the best thing they could have done because obviously a lot of these veteran receivers we've seen fall off. So if you try to bring back Amari Cooper, who had a injury-riddled year last year, or somebody like Keenan Allen that really struggled with the Bears, those are your only other options you left. So I don't mind them swinging for the fences. It was just a 3rd-round pick. I think the Steelers made good out of it considering the trade market. So I think from that perspective, it's fine with both teams. The Cowboys have to take a chance somewhere because Jerry Jones in the all-in off seasons continues to do nothing and doesn't draft a wide receiver either. It just makes no sense. So they have to try something at that point. So I think it's a good trade, but I don't think it's going to push the Cowboys over the edge where they're a playoff team automatically because they still have a lot of other problems.
No, I think you're right too, and you bring up something too, and I wanted to ask you guys this too. I was going to ask CJ and kind of forgot, but do you think with Pickens' attitude and kind of wanting to be the guy and throwing tantrums, do you think he lasts the whole year?
He'll last the whole year, but I think this is the one thing I'll give the Cowboys credit for. Jerry Jones and the ownership are making him earn the contract. They're not going to pay him right away unless he shows.
There's no way it's going to work over there. CeeDee Lamb is too big of a personality. We all know CeeDee Lamb is not going to sit still. He didn't sit still with the Dak Prescott situation. I love Dak. I root on Dak. And if there's anybody that deserves an opportunity to have another weapon on the other side, that's great. I just don't trust the Cowboys. You have a new coach there. You don't even have Mike McCarthy there. You have a rookie coach that's never done it before. We know Schottenheimer, as I know Schottenheimer, because at one point he was Rex Ryan's offensive coordinator. Right. So I know all about Brian Schottenheimer. It doesn't work when you bring in a rookie coach who has no control or has never controlled a dumb, crazy personality like George Pickens. It is crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. You're bringing a rookie coach and you're going to bring this mess in. I would have taken anybody else but this guy. This is not smart for the Cowboys. But hey, if it works, he looks like a genius. Jerry Jones looks like a complete genius.
He was offered to the entire league. There's reports coming out on The Athletic today about nobody wants him, that he's just like what you expect. If Tomlin's giving up on someone for a 3rd-round pick, and a pick swap in 6th or 7th round or whatever it's going to be. I didn't see the final report on it. It's probably close to a lost cause. But he was so productive. So you wonder what happened. And I think he became like a cancer in the locker room. I don't think, and it was great to have CJ Wilson on. He was talking about Shador about this, but it doesn't have to just be the quarterback. If the other guys don't want to block for you, if the other guys don't trust you, it's a problem on the team. And Pickens is so immature. He's basically forced this to happen, is what all the articles, there's 3 of them, a couple of different authors from The Athletic writing about it, just killing this guy, just killing him. And it makes me very happy as a Giants fan that the Cowboys added the absolute combustion like for
Oh,
the
I like
flame
that.
that's going
Rush.
on right here.
Bursting
It's
in
just
your
gonna.
pants.
Is he like? Do you think he's an AB 2.0?
I don't know if he's like that. I think AB's like. I mean, AB's really funny on social media.
Oh,
Like he has like a
hilarious.
pretty ridiculous sense of humor. I think he's just a crazy bastard. AB. This guy's kind of a douche.
But they
is
said
what
he's
I'm
a
getting.
hit trip. They said that he has those tendencies, that he needs help, that he might have bipolar disorder.
So
They said that
we
there's things
mentioned
about
that
him.
earlier today. I was talking to you about that. I think if it's either because we see him do like the Macho Man elbow drop in the middle of plays, getting 15-yard penalties, doing dumb stuff like just grabbing face masks. But like it's just that you can't do things like that. It's not winning football. You have to realize that your actions affect other people, and in the NFL, it affects other people's ability to get paid. And that's what really bothers people when you get to this level. It's not just college, not just having fun anymore. It's, your NIL money is whatever it is, no matter what you do, right? This is like you get to the Super Bowl, there's more money, right? You get to these different like all pro teams, all these other teams. Well, what if you don't make it because the running back doesn't get to that extra $1 million incentive because George Pickens won't block a freaking fly out there downfield, so he doesn't get the extra 70 yards he needed to get $1 million. That's a real thing in the NFL.
I was surprised. I'm sorry to cut you off, Speedy. I was surprised that the Eagles are not interested. He's a Bulldog. He knows a bunch of those guys over there with the Eagles. It would have made a lot of sense. A.J. Brown maybe controls him in the locker room because A.J. Brown is a leader. I thought that would have made a lot of sense. I don't think they didn't want to deal with it. I'm sure that the Eagles were interested, but they were like, I don't want to deal with this crap. I don't want to deal with this person.
Like
AJ Brown, I'll have to have him read his book.
Like football wise, it should make sense. Like let's face it, CeeDee Lamb plays in the slot as much as he plays outside of the slot. He could do everything on the football field. So you can move him around. You can put Pickens on the other side. You can put them on the same side of the field and really give teams trouble. And the double team's probably going to go to Lamb no matter what. He's a much better player than Pickens, in my opinion. But if you put him in the slot, teams will try to inside out. They'll do different strategies. Pickens is, but can he keep his head on straight? And this is his last real chance to really be a star in this league. Because he could be a star in the star, like on the star, literally, in Dallas. But everyone's betting against it. Everyone's coming out killing this guy. Everyone. Why didn't the Eagles take him? They should know best. They have all the Bulldogs. Wouldn't they give him a recommendation if he was only costing a third-round pick? And they probably were all like, hey, that guy's crazy.
They already traded one last year.
They won a Super Bowl. They won a Super Bowl, and I don't think they want to deal with any craziness that's going to be – because we all know what they did to the other crazy guy. Reddick went to the Jets. How did that work out? Yeah. It didn't work out very good. They win a Super Bowl.
What's his face?
And they win a Super Bowl. So,
Big Dom getting into it with Pickens over there on the sideline. Picking up Sirianni, dragging him away from him.
By the way, Nippon posted up. Former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown has officially applied for a NASCAR competition license per source. NASCAR is currently reviewing his application. You know what NASCAR is going to tell him? To go take a hike. There's no way they're letting that crazy bastard on a raceway. That guy is nuts. He'll kill somebody before he even gets on that raceway and actually goes around the bend one time.
They already have dudes in NASCAR that are like that. So.
They're not going to bring that. There's no way NASCAR is going to sell that. And I know people would love to see this guy ram himself into a wall and kill himself because he's done a lot of stupid things. But I just think he's already had head trauma. We don't need to see any more head trauma from this guy on a NASCAR, whatever they call it, raceway. It's just horrendous. It's a terrible move. If NASCAR allows this, they're a dumb organization. This guy needs help. And for anybody thinks that this guy is going to be able to drive 280 miles per hour around a bend and not kill somebody while he's doing it is stupid. It's a dumb source. Whoever's saying this, and if it is true, and if he's that dumb enough to do that, dude, these guys.
It's only 180, not 280.
Whatever. It doesn't even matter. It could be 280, 180. It could be 80 miles per hour. This guy, I don't trust him in a car. I don't trust him with machinery going that fast. I don't trust him on a football field anymore. Do you think I trust him with something 3,000 tons of whatever you call that. I mean, honestly, it's stupid. If NASCAR needs to get this sorted out and tell them to go take a hike. Go play rugby or something. I don't know. Do something. Go play ping pong or something like that and try to make the United States Olympic team. That would have been more smarter than here. Here, I got one. Beach dodgeball. That's what I would do if I was him. Create a league for the one and only idiot of the NFL who does stupid, idiotic things.
Yeah, Java, you mentioned the gap with Antonio Brown and George Pickens. This is how I would do it for ex-Steelers receiver. So Antonio Brown at the top of the list, both skill-wise and antics. George Pickens in the middle, and then Chase Claypool at the bottom.
I just reached him. I would just reach. If I was Antonio Brown, I would reach out to a guy like George Pickens, sit, hang out, and enjoy stupidity, because that's what they both are. Just two stupid guys that don't know what the hell they're doing, and both need mental help, and they're mentally ill. So anyways, I want to get off this. This story is stupid. I honestly think that the George Pickens story is ridiculous. I know Nathan was so proud of this. I know he was posting it up at 7:00 in the morning, which Goody and Finch were like, "What are you doing, Nathan?" No, Jabba's. It's like
it was 6:45.
6:45 in the morning.
6:45 my time. I was awake, but I was like, I'm not
pre-ordering his playoff tickets.
Nathan, we love you, but we don't want to hear from you at 7:45 about George Pickens.
Goody was so funny when Goody answered it. It was so funny. He's like, Nathan, I could give a crap about George Pickens. People are trying.
And Nathan, I think it's a good trade, but they're not going to be a playoff team.
We have Goody on for humor and baseball. That's what.
Oh man, it's absolutely craziness. Anyways, let's get into some baseball, as we call this Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What?
I am excited. This is Inside Baseball.
All right, guys, we are here for another segment of Inside Baseball. We're going to have a few stories going around the league. We're going to do a clip as well of a really interesting play of the week. The guys know it ahead of time. You guys might know it. It's not exactly a great play, but we'll start off with the story of the day, and that is the Pittsburgh Pirates firing manager Derek Shelton after losing a 7th straight game to fall to 12-26 with a minus 57 run differential. Shelton went 306 and 440 in 5 seasons in Pittsburgh. Guys, it just seems like we've started this segment at the beginning of this season, and we've had 4 incredibly negative Pirates stories already. And it's not like I care about the Pirates one way or the other. They're just doing it to themselves between the Bucco bricks being taken out, the stuff with the
Roberto
Clementes.
Clemente in right field, and the fact that the last big contract was Francisco Liriano for 3 for $39 million.
At least the fan who fell didn't die. Apparently, he's walking. It was a 20-year-old.
They're really trying. Let's just say that.
So, what do you think about this manager? He was there for a while. Obviously, it's not just his fault going on in Pittsburgh. What do you guys got to say about it?
Yeah, no, I was a huge Derek Shelton fan, and it's crazy because when I heard too, and then you got guys coming out in the industry who we've obviously had Ken Rosenthal on, and Ken Rosenthal went on Foul Territory and literally said, he goes, "This isn't Derek Shelton, this is the Pirates owner, because look at what they've done." And Goody made a great point on their highest contract. Obviously, why haven't they paid Skeens yet? But you expect Skeens to win you 20 games every year with what you're featuring to score runs. And he said it's literally like, and this is from Ken Rosenthal on Foul Territory on X, and he was like, it's like trying to make apple juice when you're giving me lemons. Because look at their lineup. Like, really, they don't spend money. It's a great place to play. Great clubhouses. And it boggles my mind when you have one of the best young pitchers in the game, too, that you wouldn't want to put something behind him. But as we've all seen in any sport, whether it's basketball, football, hockey, whatever it is, somebody has to take the fall. And 9 times out of 10, it's usually the manager. We saw a GM and a manager this time because they both didn't like each other in a different sport. But there's somebody that has to take the fall. And it sucks that it's him, but he'll land on his feet. He's too damn good of a coach to not. And it just sucks that somebody has to wear it when they're 38 games in.
Yeah, it's just part of it. Like we said, they don't spend a lot of money. They haven't spent a lot of money. You have exciting young players that are coming through, and they're just missing the mark. That's really all it is. And as Jabba alluded to, somebody has to take the fall. Certainly won't be the GM. He's not going to fire himself. So my next best thing is we'll fire the manager and see how it goes. Listen, when I played in Mexico, our coaching staff was on notice every week. All right. If it was like 3 games in a row, the coaching staff was getting put on notice and players are getting sent back. So, you have a little bit of leeway here, but for 3 years, you said his record was what, 250 and 4 something?
No, it was, hold on, I'll bring it back up.
300.
5 years and 306 and 440.
Yeah, and that's not entirely his fault. Like I said, that's an organizational thing. The Pirates traditionally, I think, have a pretty decent minor league organization. I know they're making some changes there now. Maybe those changes just haven't had enough time to play out, but they are producing some good talent, some good young talent. So maybe in the next couple of years they should be better. It sucks that Shelton took the brunt of it, but at the same time, it's baseball. It is what it is, and as Jabba said, like, he will find another home. That's what managers end up doing. He maybe become a special assistant or whatever else, but he will be in this game. I know the players really like him, and that's what really sucks is the relationships that he had are they'll still be there, but they won't be day to day.
So Ben Cherington runs it, right, Speedy?
Yeah, I think people there, unfortunately.
He's living off of a lot of former success over in Boston, and he's been there, 6 years now? Do we really think this guy was the reason for Boston's success after watching this? What do you think, Speedy?
Well, no, they've had their track record of other GMs go over other smaller market organizations, and it not be the case. And again, that's what I think what Goody's getting at is like it's a product of just them being so cheap. And Derek Shelton, while I wasn't crazy about the hire at the time, like you were saying, Job, I think a lot of the players liked him in Minnesota when he was with the Twins there. So again, it's just one of those tough situations for a team that just top 10 top 10 money with the owner, and they just don't want to do anything with it. With a flashy player in Skeens, a flashy player in O'Neill Cruz, they need a manager that's a personality. Maybe they gotta get our friend Michael McHenry to join.
Errol, you think they're
shit? Hire me.
Worst ownership group maybe going right now?
They're the worst.
Pirates?
They're just as bad as any team we've seen in a long time. Cincinnati was there. They're getting better. We're watching Cincinnati. They made the right choice with Terry Francona. They're bringing in a guy that actually knows what he's doing. He's a great manager. So that's where, and I'm not blaming Pittsburgh, obviously, with the manager over there. It just didn't work out over there. I know the players liked him, but they need to find a guy that's more of a drill sergeant than a guy that's patting babies on the ass and saying, "Don't worry, boys, we'll get him next time." I think they need to get a guy that's going to go in there and tell them, listen, you got to go out there and play. You want to play in the big leagues. You want to make some money. You want to be the best. You got to go out there and go and play like you're one of the best. So I think that's the problem right now. Pittsburgh has talent, like you were saying, Goody, like you were saying, Jabba. They're just these talented players aren't developing, and then they wind up trading them away, and it doesn't make any sense. This has been the Pittsburgh Pirates forte for the last, 2 decades. So it hasn't been good. Really, since Bobby Bonilla and Barry Bonds. I mean, they're just not good. They're just not a good and presently run organization. So, my opinion.
All right.
Bobby Bonilla is probably still getting paid more than a lot of those players.
Yeah, that Bobby Bonilla, best contract of all time, right? So I don't really know what you do to an ownership group that just doesn't want to spend money, and they're just going to sell players. There seems to be no penalty or way to penalize them, and I feel like something is going to have to give at some point. So let's get this back up here. Looks like I'm a little frozen. Here we are. All right, so let's talk about the Yankee game last night a little bit because it was really fascinating. Yankees won 4-3 in 10 innings versus the Padres. Padres, obviously, with a real hot start this year as well. Max Fried versus Dylan Cease. Great pitching duel. It was 1-0 going into the 7th inning. Cease had a no-no going, and he gives up a home run to Bellinger, ties the game up, and a batter or two later, he has to come out of the game. He gets the forearm cramp. Now, this was more of a question that I wanted to ask our two pitchers over here. You give up a home run in that situation. What causes that cramp? You just start like tensing up and throwing harder than at that point, get a little angry? Or could it just be like you're so like exhausted from trying to do the no-hitter that you're like almost dehydrated and you can cramp up? What do you think that was on this one, guys?
You can never really tell when that happens. Because I started and relieved, but I was never the best water drinker when I was pitching. I know some guys that would drink a bottle an inning. I don't know how they did it, but that was just their routine. I just was never really, really good at it. I always would have enough water where I wouldn't be dehydrated, but it's just weird too. I don't think necessarily he was gripping the ball too tight. Like, I think it was just he was probably dehydrated and he just caught a cramp, but also no cramps can lead to other things too. So you don't really know. And it was an interesting game watching it go back and forth and, just going into the 6th and then it's no hitter and Max just gave up the home run early in the game and, he just battled his tail off and it was a great game overall for the Yankees in momentum. Devin Williams obviously got two quick first outs. Then he gets the bases loaded. 1st and 3rd hits Jackson Merrill to load the bases, and then gets out of it with a strikeout with Bogarts. So, and then they just go on a tear from after that. But I don't think more than a cramp, unless they said that there's going to get an MRI, but I would assume he just tightened up and they're like, all right. And it's still so early in the season, you don't want to push it.
Yeah. What do you think, Goody?
I don't know, man. I know Cease is a dog. I know he'd go out there and pitch through a lot of things. So I don't think he would pull himself out of the game for a little cramp. I know he came out and said he would push through it, but just, with the being cautious, the training staff pulled him out. It is ironic that it happened after a home run, after he was going for a no-hitter. I'm not sure exactly what his pitch count was or how high, where he was at, but couldn't be too high, I'm assuming. I personally don't think I've ever cramped in my forearm while pitching.
I haven't either.
Yeah, that was my bigger question, because when I cramp, it's my calf. If it's real bad, it could be like quad area. You can cramp up. Sometimes my foot cramps up, like my heel. Like the arch of my foot.
I don't know. Maybe my calf. If I've ever cramped while pitching, it might have been a calf muscle, and you just walk around the mound or whatever, and you kind of work itself out. As far as the forearm, the only if it cramped up, it was the one time it cramped up, I had Tommy John. Then that just didn't cramp up. It blew. So it's like. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out when we get more details and everything that come out. Teams like to hide these things for a little while. So, who knows? Nobody knows but Cease and the medical staff what's actually really going on. And when that comes out, we'll find out, and I'm sure we'll discuss it. But until then, he pitched a hell of a baseball game, gave up a hit, epic bat flip by Grissom, and it is what it is.
He was at 6 2/3 with 89 pitches.
Yeah, he was cruising. He was cruising. There was
59 strikes.
Speedy. Yeah. You're the one I wanted to ask about Grissom specifically. This guy was a platoon guy forever. Always had pop. Obviously, great defensive player. What do you think's led to this kind of a turnaround? You've seen the statistics; they're off the charts for this guy.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in Milwaukee. He was a top prospect there, and he was supposed to be kind of that transition from their veteran offensive players that they had there, and never really amounted to. Obviously, he had that great postseason series against the Mets, and when he was with the Padres. But yeah, this is definitely, you always see this with some random outfielders, especially veteran outfielders. There's usually a couple that have their flashes like this, and I don't know how sustainable it'll be, but he had the upside for a reason. Maybe he's just finding it.
It would be great if he can be this good and just be one of our guys going forwards. That'd be amazing.
He's got more homers this year into May than he did all of last year.
Yeah. Errol, last
Dial it up.
No, not that's on Monday. No, we talked about Max Fried. He's got to be the front runner for AL Cy Young, no?
He's been special. It would be interesting to see what Garrett Cole and him as a dynamic tandem, which the Yankees are looking forward, probably, hopefully next year at the end of the season, is seeing how this is going to work. But Max Fried has been the best pitcher in baseball really since the beginning of the season. 9 starts. The Yankees have won every single start since he's been on the mound, and that's what you want your ace to do. His ERA is almost 1. His whip is under 1. I mean, the guy has been the best pitcher in baseball. If you were to tell me right now, going into this season, that the Yankees would have by far the best player in baseball and the best pitcher in baseball, well, that means the Yankees would be a pretty good team. And they are there. They're just not playing as the best team in the American League. But I think they'll figure it out. I think Max Fried is special. He's winning the Cy Young if he stays 100% healthy all season long. He's on his way. But it's incredible. People thought, hey, you go to New York, could you handle Yankee Stadium? Could you handle New York? A lot of pitchers couldn't. As we all know, the Yankees have done so many things over the years to bring guys in, and it never worked. One guy that sticks out to me more than anything is Carl Pavano. Remember that guy? Remember the money the Yankees gave him? It didn't work out. He got hit by a sausage truck, okay? It's ridiculous, the story about Carl Pavano. The Yankees right now have an opportunity if they put some guys around this guy. And by the way, the Soto move was the best move the Yankees did not do in the offseason. They brought in Max Fried and Goldilocks. I call him Mr. Goldilocks himself. Goldschmidt, who right now has the second best batting average right now in baseball. Where are you, Jeff? Where are you? I can't see you, Jeff. Remember when you said Goldilocks is done? Well, he's right behind Aaron Judge, right behind the great one, as the second best batting average in baseball. Eat it, Mr. Jeffrey. Sink to the river. Sink to the ocean. That's all I got to say about that.
I agree with that sentiment about Jeff. Now, moving back on to the next thing, we're going to get into some injuries, guys. First one, a couple of groin injuries. Hunter Green, Jabba, we were talking about it, went down with what could be, you never know with the groin, but I think it was more upper, and it might be a little while for him. Obviously, we mentioned him a couple of weeks ago, has had one of the fastest starts for any pitcher in baseball. Teoscar Hernandez, that's a blow for the Dodgers. Obviously, they're still crushing it, but he's a big part of what they're doing. I think he was second in RBIs behind Judge at one point. Other injuries, Noelvi Marte for Cincinnati. He's somebody that's really coming on, Errol. I don't know if you know too much about him, but he was a hot prospect. He got hurt. I think was he suspended? Was he the one that got suspended?
Yeah.
For the steroids or something. Anyway, he was crushing beginning of this year. He's got an oblique. He's going to be gone for a little while. And then those were the ones I didn't really want to talk too much about. The ones I really want to talk about is starting off with Chris Bryant, who has lumbar degenerative disc disease. He's batting 150-something with absolutely no ability to play anymore. He's got, I don't know, Speedy, you'll have to tell me the contract details, but it is absurd.
It was 6 years, I think 175 or something at the time.
Nobody is stealing money more than Chris Bryant, but power to him if his back's really that messed up. I mean, have you ever even heard of a guy in baseball having something like this? Is it similar to David Wright? David Wright was more a neck thing.
David Wright had spinal stenosis. That was the first time I heard of that.
Yeah. And then Prince was neck, but this is the first time I've heard it. Speedy, it was 7 for 182.
Oh, 7-182, okay.
Who cares? He plays for the Rockies.
Well, he picked
6
the
and
Rockies.
31 Rockies.
Yeah, they are not good. Yeah, I mean, it sucks because I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if you have bad luck, you have bad luck, right? But this is something that you really can't control. And since he left San Francisco and, signed the deal, and you just look at, he hasn't played more than 80 games. And he played like 51. Chicago was the last time he played almost 100. And that was in 2021, then when he got traded. So he played 140 between two leagues, but he hasn't played more than 80 games. And I can only imagine the frustration, because everything that I know about him and everybody that I talk to, and Goody, you probably in the same, like, nobody has a bad thing to say about the guy. And it just sucks when it's one of these things you can't control. If it's like, just a string of like, oh, my knee, my ankle, whatever. But this is something where it's degenerative. Like, and I look at it from this point of view. It's like, man, if you want to pick up your kids when you're 40 years old and you and I actually play, like, is it worth trying to grind and do all that stuff? Or like, hey, and I like I said, I don't know him personally, so I don't know if he has kids or whatever, but that's where my brain would go. Like, I want to play catch with my son. I want to, when he gets grandkids, I want to be able to, have him over and play with them. So from that point of view, it's just, it sucks because it's nothing that he can control. It's not like he hasn't put the work in, because you've seen him in AAA trying to rehab, and then it flares up and he can't get back. So at this point, with the way it's gone the last 4 or 5 years, you started looking at your own personal life and what limitations that you're going to have with this, and how you can, minimize it by obviously not putting your body through the ringer for, 9 months a year, 10 months a year, and hopefully have a long lasting life. But, you're still in pain. I mean, I'm 9 surgeries in, so, there's days that aren't comfortable, but with that, I think you got to look out for yourself at some point.
Yeah. What do you think, Goody? I got another injury here that's interesting. Yordan Alvarez, hand inflammation. Now, for me,
that could be 10,000 different things.
Right. So they're talking about the muscle. Like, I think it's like the muscle on the outside of the hand right here that's bothering him. I don't think it's over here by the thumb. I think they were saying more about like the grip. Oh. I didn't know if I wanted to save this one for you, Goody, or if I was going to give it to Errol and have him go with Speedy on this one. But I'll tell you, I'm more concerned as like a guy in fantasy. So I have a rule with fantasy baseball, and I've done this fantasy baseball forever. If a guy's got a bad wrist, you got to get rid of him immediately. Like the wrist injury, like it's going to sap his power, it's going to sap his bat speed, and until he heals, and it might take a while. Like those could be a while. Like whenever a guy gets hit like on the hand and breaks like a little bone in his wrist or something like that.
Hamate.
The hamate one's the worst one, right? And they say, oh, you don't really need that one. Well, it makes you don't have the same power. I've never seen a guy with those types of injuries have, especially a power hitter like Alvarez. It could be a really bad injury for the Houston Astros.
Well, I think why they even did it anyways, because he was only hitting .210 with 3 homers.
Well, I think they're saying that's why, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like I mean, I was actually hitting some golf balls today, and I was just like, oh yeah, if you don't swing so hard and you just you don't grip it so hard and you just let your body go, that's what you want. And sometimes I know you could do that. We're going to talk about someone who we think grips it too hard. Errol, to get back to your line of questioning, has a couple of elbow weaknesses, but I don't know what to.
Sorry,
make
everybody,
of this.
it's not me.
I don't know what to make of it. I worry about that injury. Speedy, if you have what else does Houston have if they lose Alvarez?
Yeah, their offensive depth was already a question mark for me even last year when they still had Tucker and Bregman. Now losing those two as well in the offseason. You're banking on a young catcher that in Diaz, that's a good prospect, but he's struggled. Altuve's played fine, but he could only go so far with one hitter. Pena's all right too, but again, it's not a lot of good depth. And the way Seattle's playing and they can pitch, and your Texas Rangers, Goody, they're in a little bit of a slump, but I think they're still better than the Astros right now.
All right, and last one, Errol, Giancarlo Stanton. They're saying that when he is able to come off of the 60-day, or is it the IL, DL? I don't know if it's 60 days.
60-day DL.
They should have kept the DL for the 60-day one. But the 60-day one, May 27th, they think he'll be ready as soon as that time's up. You ready for some more Giancarlo in the Bronx?
Well, right now, you're not getting anything from Bellinger, so you're going to need something in that lineup. And really, it's been Ben Rice and Aaron Judge and nobody else. They've been up and down in that lineup. And Goldschmidt. I'm sorry, I forgot about Goldschmidt. So it's been three guys.
And like
he's got the home run. Yeah, he's hitting too, but he's not your everyday outfielder, so you're getting that off the bench. So you wanted to see Dominguez this year. You wanted to see some of these players. And Austin Wells, I expect him to get better. And he hit that grand slam the other day, but really he hasn't been hitting as much as you would expect this year. And he was so good in spring training. Giancarlo Stanton adds that depth that they needed in the lineup. He's got the power. He's got the protection. We all know what he can do in the playoffs. I just want to make sure that Giancarlo Stanton stays healthy for the playoffs. I would have sat him the whole season and waited maybe like 30, 40 games before the season's end. Let him get warmed up and get ready for the playoffs, because that's when Giancarlo Stanton shines the most in the playoffs. I don't want to put him in harm's way. This guy breaks a nail or something. I mean, this guy is the weakest piece of paper. I mean, all you got to do is pull something and you might tear something off his body. I mean, he's built like an ox. I mean, he's got muscles from top to bottom, and every woman wants to kiss his ass. But to me, the guy just falls apart. He doesn't stay healthy. So I'm happy. Hopefully he stays healthy and he helps the Yankees lineup. I'm just worried that he's going to come back and then he's going to go out a significant amount of time, and we won't see him in the playoffs.
I mean, he's only going to hit though. So it's unless he does something weird. I mean, I guess he's got bad elbows or whatever, but
everything.
So yeah.
Sausage, you know all about that.
And I'm just going to chime in on Dominguez. First of all, when you give a dude a nickname before he gets to the big leagues, and especially in New York, and to try and live up to those expectations, like they thought he was the next coming of I don't know what it is, but he doesn't do it for me in any way, shape, or form. He can run a little bit, but there's nothing that I've seen over the time that they've given him chances. He has over 100 at bats. It's not like he's got like 40 at bats.
It's interesting you mentioned this, Jabba, because that's where I was going with this. Look at what's going on. You said it, Errol. Rice plays first base, he plays catcher, and he plays DH.
Mm-hmm.
That's Goldschmidt, that's Wells, and that's Giancarlo. There's an issue here, right? Where is the opening? Third base is a sieve right now. And you can theoretically put some guys out in the outfield. Grisham, if he can play, you can put him out there, and then you don't need to worry about Dominguez. So he automatically becomes one of the biggest trade chips in baseball for this season. And I think that if they are going to make a move that's massive, if they're trying to add a big name, whether they add it to the staff or they add it at a position of need like third base, or they don't trust Volpe, and they want to add a big-time shortstop, Dominguez is going to be the centerpiece.
Nobody wants Dominguez.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. He's young, though.
Dude, he's done.
Young. He's
done.
got the power.
Dude, he is another bust for the New York Yankees. He's a bust.
Well, that's good. So, like, remember Andujar? Andujar had that hot first year.
He's Clint Frazier 101, man.
Well, Clint Frazier had some injuries and that weird,
come on, dude. This guy,
disease or
this guy's
something
afraid of the outfield. He can't even catch anymore. This guy was a 5-tool player when he came into the league. They called him the alien or whatever, the Martian, or whatever they call him. I mean, Martian, alien, same friggin' thing. And he's a switch hitter. The guy can't hit a lick on both sides of the plate.
They would still get a lot for him.
He's got
I think they'd get a lot for him.
But
they'd still get a lot for him because he's young.
Yeah, but he's still very young, dude. He still has time to adjust to the league. You know, he's still very young. He's still very projectable, as a player. So he's got pop. He can run. He can throw. He needs to work on his defense. But, yeah, I would agree with you, Fish. He's definitely going to be a trade chip if the Yankees do want to make that big splash. So
yeah, he'll play every year at the same age. Like he'll play this whole year at 22. So
yeah, he's young. He's 22 years old, dude. At 22 years old, what were you doing?
I was 2 years in the big leagues, dog.
He's
not you.
Oh, sorry.
All right, let's get to let's finish this up, guys.
5 years from now, boys. Remember I said that when we're on top of the world. I said Dominguez is a bust. He's a bust. He's not good. I don't care how old he is. He's never going to amount to anything. One way or another, the Yankees.
Bust? Like what? Just
all
just
right.
not.
Here's a bust. He'll be lucky. He'll be lucky to have, if he goes to the right place, having 2 seasons with 25 or more home runs. That's it. I don't think he's any good. I think you're playing in the smallest stadium in all of baseball where it's a home run park, and you can't hit home runs. You got 2 home runs and you're starting outfielder. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I don't want to hear it. I think he stinks.
We'll see if he heats up. I hope he does, because I think that they could get a lot for him. So, guys, the play or blooper of the week comes from the second baseman rookie of the Chicago White Sox, Chase Medroth. Here's the
First
video,
time in a while
guys.
for Mr. Mountain.
Take a look at this. So it's 9th inning, and we got a runner on first. The Royals are down 1. Oh, don't!
Oh my God.
Right off the noggin. Then they throw it away. They don't advance. But, of course, this led to a 9th inning comeback finished by Bobby Witt Jr. 4-3 victory. The White Sox, I think, have 10 wins this season. Better than Colorado, but still pretty terrible.
That's
Guys,
not as bad as Jose Canseco, let me tell you. That's
all right, so
definitely
let's get into that. Jose Canseco.
The White Sox are White Soxing, dude.
It's rough.
That it's ugly over there. Errol, I've shown the Jose Canseco clip a million times. It's the most embarrassing thing ever. I remember the Luis Castillo pop-up.
A-Rod hit that.
With the Yankees and the Mets. I'll never forget that, mainly because of how my mother, who's a Mets fan, shrieked when it happened when we were watching it together. Could have broken glass, how angry she was with Luis Castillo on that one. But I can't remember anything like this in the infield. When I played Little League, though, and this is the one time I'll share you a Little League story, I was terrible. But I was playing first, guy next to me. It shouldn't be surprising. The guy playing second next to me, he had a really old glove, but he's playing there. He's got glasses on. Pop up right to him. Goes up for it. Goes through his glove. Breaks his glasses. Destroyed the webbing. Just holding it. And then bounced into the outfield. He was hurt a little. He was hurt a little bit. I've never seen anything like that in the pros, though, boys. Have you seen anything like that? Like yourself?
No.
I don't think I've ever seen one off the dome right there live.
Straight off here? Yeah, no. Glove? No. I mean, obviously Canseco's the only other. I mean, but I can't think. And it sucks that it's the White Sox because you're just like, oh, gosh, really?
He looks stoned. Look at him.
He looks so upset. Oh, he's got to be so sad.
White Sox.
Dead.
After doing that's there forever. That's in baseball forever.
Blooper of the year. Well, how sad could he be? Nobody's going to remember him.
Good.
You're going to remember him for that. At least he's remembered for something.
He wants to be remembered for hitting dingers, though, dude. Not for getting a dinger off his head.
That's fun, man. That looks fun.
It's just part of the game. Probably high skies late at night. Maybe lost it. I don't know. Maybe they were excited they were going to win a game for the first time in a couple weeks, and then you just misplayed it. Sucks. Part of the game, though. You got to play. You got to get 27 outs, and then unfortunately they got 26.
All right, let's finish this. We got. So I decided I'm going to give you guys power rankings every once in a while. Yeah. So this is the Fish power rankings. I didn't look at anything. I was actually talking to Errol and Speedy while I made it. Made one change, Speedy, since I talked to you. But Dodgers and Padres at the top. I don't think many people are going to argue with that. The way they're playing. Pretty impressive. Dodgers have suffered some injuries, so I don't know if they'll be able to maintain that for the time being. And this isn't at the end of the year projections. This is currently as of this day in baseball this season, right? The Tigers are leading, I believe, in run differential in all of baseball right now. The Giants have had that really hot start. Obviously, a lot of competition, as you can see. Already 2 teams ahead of them in the same division. The Royals, Goody, you brought this up to me earlier today. 14 of their last 16.
15 of their last 17.
So now 15 of 17 the Royals have won. Pretty outrageous. They're the hottest team in baseball.
That's after losing 9 of 11.
Yeah, so their record isn't as good as it could be. And then just to round out the top 10, I got the Mets at 6 and the Yankees at 7. The Yankees, I was impressed with them being able to beat the Padres in that series, who I think are outstanding. I couldn't believe how good the Padres are. If Francesco Tatis is going to play like this, he may be the NL MVP over Ohtani. He's incredible this year. Incredible.
By the way, I just something. I'm sorry to cut you off. I had Bobby Witt Jr. winning the MVP. If Aaron Judge wasn't having the year that he's having right now, Bobby Witt Jr. right now is the lead, as far as the lead guy for the American League. He's been unbelievable in the last 16 games. He's been unbelievable. Dude, he can't strike him out.
Same thing as last year, too. Last year, he was second to Judge in the MVP. It's probably going to be like that. He is the second best player in the AL. There's really no question about it, or at least position player at this point right now. So to finish it up, Phillies, really strong. Again, we got a couple of really good divisions. I think the Braves will bounce back, too. So I think the NL East and the NL West are just outstanding divisions this year. Then I got the Cubs in ninth, and the Guardians. Now, Goody, I know their record's really good. You see they have a negative 14 run differential, but they're like 9 games over or 8 games over 500.
They're playing really good baseball right now. They're just finding ways to win, and that's what they do. They find ways to win. It's not sexy.
Is that sustainable, though? You know what I mean? Like the teams in their division, the Tigers and the Royals.
If one team could do it, it's probably them because they just find a way to win. It's like I said, it's not sexy, but they find a way to win. They get the job done. And it's just like, just like that every year. On paper, you're just like, and then you look up and it's September and you're there pushing for the playoffs, so it's just like, it is what it is.
All right, boys. So, anyone have any comments? Do you think my list is terrible? And if not, you guys send them in the message and comment and reach out to us on socials. But for that, guys, that has been Inside Baseball.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful faces we haven't seen in a long time, I mean, a guy that doesn't need any applause. We know him as a Mountaineer, and he's back, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
The man, the myth, the legend. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen him for over a year. He's been busy. His brother having a baby. I mean, he's an uncle now. His other brother, doing his thing with hockey. I mean, everybody's all over the place, and this guy's doing his thing. How the hell are you, my friends?
Not too bad. Not too bad. How are you guys?
You know what's so funny? When I hear your voice, you sound just like your brother. And it's pretty funny. Every time I listen, I think of your brother's voice. I think, wow, you guys sound so alike. But, it's crazy. I mean, how are you doing? How's the girl? How's Boston? What's going on with you?
Not too bad. We got married last November. So married life. So been crazy, but good crazy. Nothing else that kind of remarkable, but just staying busy.
Who's your best man?
Who was my best man? Well, Brian and Kyle were co-best men.
I would have loved to hear what Brian had to say at
a good speech.
Your speech, but
he had a good speech. He did a good job.
But Brian is very soft with words, so I think he probably would give you a really good speech. I don't know much about Kyle, but I know a lot about your brother. So we're happy to have you back, man. I'm glad that you finally snuck right back. And Wes has been in and out too. He's doing some big things too. But we love. One of these days, we got to get you both on again because it is fantastic. So you know the rules. Everybody knows the rules. He's going to give us, since it's only him, he's going to give us his top 4 picks of the week as we do this every single week. We call this Let's Parlay, as Speedy said. And we have the one and only Derek Mountain. Go ahead, Derek.
All right, so I'm just going to go 4 straight. I don't have any. Wow, no ping pong in tonight. Okay, so first one, I like the Nuggets tomorrow +5 at home. They completely punted last night's game. They lost by 40. They're down by 30 in the first half. I think you could tell from the jump. They emptied the tank game 1. They got the win late from the Thunder choking. But game 2 last night, they went in knowing that they were going to lose that game, similar to what I think the Warriors are doing right now. They're a little more competitive tonight, but really they're just gearing up to get healthy before in front of the home crowd. They get 5 points. Jokic looks the same. Russell Westbrook looks really, really good. Jamal Murray in the playoffs is a playoff riser. Aaron Gordon's been really good. I think it's enough to keep it a close game. So we get 5 points there. Tomorrow, the Rockies play against the Padres. I like the Padres over their team total. It's at Coors Field. So we get the altitude, and they're going against Antonio Senzatella, who has given up 4 earned runs or more in every start but 2 this year. Jackson Merrill's back in the lineup. I think San Diego will not have an issue, as the Rockies gave up over 20 runs today in a doubleheader. Who else do I have? I only have one more pick, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I don't want to force anything. So as Speedy rocks his Knicks hat, it pains me to say, I'm going to go with the Celtics at the lowest value that we'll probably ever get them, plus 170 on Fanatics, I believe. I got that today to win the Eastern Conference. Backs are against the wall. Next game Saturday afternoon. So they get plenty of rest here. I do worry about Porzingis' health, and I think that's a big deal for them to win the finals. But to win the East, I think New York's going to be a tougher task than whoever they have to play the next round, which to me, it looks like Indiana. I know they're up 2-0, but if Garland and Mobley aren't healthy, I don't think Cleveland's going to be able to win that series. And if they do, they're really hanging on by a thread there. So it's really getting by the Knicks. And I think if they win this game 3, which they should, they're a 5.5-point favorite. I think it might help Boston to get away from that home crowd. I think they're just playing so tense down the stretch in these games. They're dominating the Knicks for 3.5 quarters and can't finish the job. I think if they win game 3, get that monkey off their back, they'll be fine, and they can win this in 6 or 7. But I think plus 170 to win the East. They get by the Knicks. They should be able to do that. So I'm going to take the Celtics plus 170 to win the Eastern Conference, go to the finals.
All right, man. You know what's so funny? I know everybody has the Celtics winning game 3. It's going to be very interesting to see how the Knicks come out. The Celtics have been dominating the first half of every single first and second game. I mean, they've been dominating the first and second game. I think they were up 12 points in both those games. And then they go into the second half. They play well in the third quarter, but at the tail end of the third quarter, you see that the Knicks have life. And then in the fourth quarter, the Knicks just take over. They play hard. They play defense. And Mitchell Robinson has been a big piece, an important piece to the Knicks. And what they've done defensively, really over the last couple of years. And now you have wing players like Mikal Bridges, you have Josh Hart, and you have arguably, I think it's Kawhi Leonard-esque, and I'm going to say he is that. And you know I'm talking about, Speedy. Mr. OG Anunoby, who's been sensational too. So, and he's been shooting very, very well since he's come back from his injury. So it's interesting, and I agree with you. Whoever wins this series is coming out of the East. It's probably going to the NBA championship. And honestly, I'm going to take whoever comes out of the East to win the whole thing. I don't trust OKC. They're too young. And I don't know if they're, obviously as they move forward, the Nuggets, could they get through that series? The Nuggets are interesting, but I don't know. I question if they have enough depth like they've had over the years. And Jamal Murray isn't the same Jamal Murray. I don't know what's happened to him. And then in the other thing, Golden State's old. They're an old team. If they win this series, I'll be shocked. The Timberwolves are interesting. The Timberwolves this might be the easiest path to the championship that they ever had. And I think they could beat OKC. I think they could beat any one of those teams, the Nuggets, if Anthony Edwards is playing on the top of his game. I think Anthony Edwards' problem is he forgets that he is Anthony Edwards and not a third person. Reminds me of Kyler Murray, who just likes to talk in three people, like he's this guy, that guy, and the other guy. And he's got to stop playing those video games. I don't know.
Maybe he's playing with Anthony Edwards.
Dude, all he's doing on the side, everything he's posting on social media, it's, what's my highest score? I don't care what you're doing on Twitch. I don't care what you're doing on a video game. Control yourself and concentrate on the basketball game and knocking off the Golden State Warriors, who right now you have an advantage because you don't have to deal with Steph Curry. So that's my opinion to that. But Derek, man, I'm happy for you, man. You're married. What's going on with you? What have you been doing? Are you been going to school? What's going on?
I've been going to. I have not been available for the show because I have been going to law school part time at night, evening. I just had my last exam last night, which was a doozy, but I got through the first year. One down, 3 to go, but it was good. Brian's done it before, but. So it was fine. I thought I would kind of, dread it, but it was actually, it was I enjoyed it more than I thought I would, but it's tough. It's tough.
It's a family business. Your father's a lawyer, your brother's a lawyer, and now you're going to be a lawyer, but they're different lawyers.
Yes.
You don't want to be a sports agent. And I do
not.
No, I think you want to do something else, but listen, man, I wish you nothing but the best. And like us, we're gonna make announcements at the end of the show as well, where we have an opportunity to, and moving forward, I know your brother knows the situation. We're very excited. There's a great opportunity where we're going to be going in the very near future, and it's been a long road, but there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. So. And hopefully it's not raining when we get out of the tunnel. That's for sure. Anyways, Derek, we love you. Come on next week. If you have time, we'd love for you to come on.
Absolutely.
Give us your take.
Really appreciate you guys having me on. Always good to see you guys.
Absolutely. The one and only Mountaineer himself, Derek Mountain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a sports minute with the Fish. And when we come back, we got King of the Hill. And the Islanders win the NHL draft. I'm sure everybody wants to hear my take on that. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Analytics. Sports Minute. Bing.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with yet another Sports Minute here for you. So we got a few stories before we get into tonight's scores. We have the Jaguars releasing wide receiver Gabe Davis on Wednesday, only 14 months after signing him to a 3-year, $39 million deal. The Jags will designate him as a post-June 1st release to save almost $15 million in cap for this season. The Jags will have to pay Davis's $1.5 million salary and $10 million option, which was fully guaranteed this year. Davis only had 20 catches and 239 yards and 2 TDs in 10 games before suffering a torn meniscus in his left knee. New leadership in Jacksonville have now jettisoned Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, and Gabe Davis while adding Diami Brown and Travis Hunter to the receiving corps to pair with second-year star receiver Brian Thomas Jr. We have another interesting story from the draft. Texans rookie second-round pick Jaden Higgins made history with the first ever fully guaranteed contract awarded to a second-round draft pick. The Texans gave Higgins a 4-year, $11.7 million contract, which is fully guaranteed. D'Amico Ryan said after the draft, Jaden is just a big target. I know a lot of people said he's very similar to Nico Collins and what he's able to do, but you get a receiver of his stature with his catch radius. It just opens up a lot of things for us offensively that I know all of our guys are excited about. The Texans loaded up with actually both Iowa State receivers with Higgins and Jalen Noel to give C.J. Stroud more weapons for the 2025 campaign. And finally, a story that's near and dear to the Job in the Mouth crew because we were down here when this happened in New Orleans. A second person has been charged with in the murder and death of Telemundo sports reporter at the Super Bowl back in March. Danette Colbert was charged with second-degree murder in connection to the death of Adam Manzano, who was in New Orleans to cover Super Bowl 59. Now, a second person has been charged with robbery, bank fraud, and computer fraud. Basically, one person killed him, the other one stole all his credit cards and everything. Adam Manzano, a 27-year-old reporter and anchor for Telemundo based in Kansas City, Missouri, was found dead February 5th in his hotel room in New Orleans suburb of Kenner. A woman seen on security video leaving Manzano's room was later charged with second-degree murder and with stealing his credit cards and cell phone. Kenner police announced on Monday that accomplice 34-year-old Ricky White has also been charged with second-degree murder. White was arrested in Florida, shocker, in March on robbery and fraud charges related to Manzano's death and extradited to Louisiana. Scores tonight. Baseball still going on right now. At the end of the third, it's 4-2 Angels over the Blue Jays. And at the bottom of the fourth, scoreless in Arizona with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Finals earlier today, Twins 5, Orioles 2. Griffin Jacks gets the win in relief. Duran with the save, his sixth. The Red Sox blank the Rangers 5-0. The Royals blank the White Sox 10-0. And the Tigers take 2 from the Rockies, 10-2 and 11-1, pushing the Rockies down to 6-31 on the year. And in 10 innings, the Phillies come back and defeat the Rays 7-6, and the Braves in 11 innings defeat the Reds at home 5-4. In basketball, in action right now, the Timberwolves are up 94-77 with 7:11 left in the fourth quarter. Julius Randle actually has 20 points, 6 boards, and 10 assists at this point in the game. And in hockey, we have a final. The Capitals defeated the Hurricanes 3-1 tonight to tie the series at 1. And at the end of the first, the Golden Knights are leading 1-0 over the Oilers. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can now find us in video on Spotify. Keep downloading us on Apple Podcasts, and like and subscribe to all of our shorts, reels, and TikTok videos you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team. Trims or not. Freaking daily life. The gross sexual action of cream on somebody's face.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, and the one and only true Orlandonite himself, Nick Woody Goody, is in the studio as he always is. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to give a shout out to the one and only PR guy himself, Nith, the unbelievable Nithin, as he always calls himself.
A lot of hot ladies.
The ladies' man, as we all know. He's always in, and he likes to.
They call me the ladies' man.
The ladies' man. But I don't know if he's that. He might be the hairy man. I don't know about the ladies' man. Anyways, now, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week. It's a new segment.
Not yet. We have a caller first.
Oh, hold on 1 second. We've got a guest, and I think it is the guy that I haven't spoken to in a while. He's out there in Alabama. He's crimson and tiding himself. The one and only Mark Everett Kelly. What's up, man?
What's up, boys?
What's going on, man? I haven't heard from you in a while. You okay over there?
Yeah, I know. High school sports is just, it'll grab you and keep you for a while,
Hopefully they're not smacking you. You know what I'm saying? But
well, we'll talk about that. That's another conversation.
So what would you like to talk about, my buddy?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys knew, but like back in December, I had gotten sick.
Yes.
Yeah, from the surgery. So I've been kind of healing from that, but I'm almost all better now. And that produced a couple of hard months. But
before you finish, I want to say something. This guy is gone. So if anybody doesn't know Mark Everett Kelly's story, this is a guy that's won 2 Emmy Awards with ESPN. He's been through the wall. He has Crohn's disease. He has cancer. He's gotten through everything. He wrote books, and he's been up and down. He lived here in New York. He went down to Alabama. He's been through he's been through the hole, and he's found his way out of it. I mean, I love you, man, and I respect you. You're one of the guys that has been supportive on everything that I've done, and have been, a good friend. No matter if we talk weeks from now or months from now, you always seem to support everything I do, and I really appreciate you. So, I'm always supportive, and you ever need help, I'm here for you. So,
that means a lot. I appreciate that, and absolutely same thing back. But I believe in you guys. I always have, and you guys work hard, and you got, there's so much. I think there's so much you bring to everything you do. So you deserve all the accolades you get.
Thank you.
I
appreciate it.
And yeah, Speedy's insane with what he knows. So Speedy reminds me of me a little bit, but and Errol, you're like the other version of me.
I'm a little lost one, sometimes I grab one nut and the other one might be popping out. So, if I have two nuts, it definitely works together. So there you go. Nick could be making his face, so he knows all about the nuts. All right. Mark, are you ready to give us?
How about the Knicks? Because I've watched the Knicks and Celtics last couple games. Okay. What the Knicks have done the last two games, being down 20 in the third quarter, coming back to win. But down to the opposite against the Pistons, like when it comes to the play that needs to win the game, they've done that really well this year. And you can almost sense like you expect them to win. I expected them to win in Boston the first two games, even though they've lost 4 to 5 this year. Couldn't stop and roll. They've really impressed me with what they've been able to do. But Barkley said something last night after the game, and he's right. I don't know if you remember. I'm sure you guys do, but there are a couple of instances where Barkley was on teams that lost the first two games at home. And one of them was when he was the number 1 seed with the Suns, and they lost to the Lakers. This is post Magic Johnson, when Magic was kind of dealing with his HIV thing. And the Lakers, as an 8 seed, beat them the first 3 games in Phoenix in the best of 5. And then, going back to LA, you figure, okay, they can get 1 game. But it's like he said, if the Knicks don't win game 3, it's going to be a little bit harder. Then the pressure will be beyond them. But I think that they've kind of, I think they're ready to do that this year. Now, I don't know if they can get by the Pacers, because they've always had a problem with them. And Haliburton, to me, is playing probably as best as anybody in the league. But I think they'll beat the Celtics. I think they'll win. I think they'll win on Saturday, because the Garden is insane. Like, playoff basketball at the Garden is so beyond anything that I can't compare it to anything. I've been to playoff games there. I was at Game 5, with Jordan when Charles Smith missed those shots, and it was like going home on the expressway. It was like someone died. And the people there, I think, are ready for something like this. It's been a long time since the Knicks have been in this position where they were kind of almost a favorite to go to the finals. And remember, they haven't won a championship in my lifetime. So these people are really hungry.
I will say this. If you're a Knicks fan, you should be very excited, because I think that the depth that the Knicks have, thank you to Leon Rose for all the Knicks fans that were so upset when they added him as the GM. He has really put a mix of wing players and defensive players that the Knicks have not had ever. I mean, even in the 90s with the players that they had big guys, power forwards like Charles Oakley and Charles Smith and Mason, those guys, and obviously Patrick Ewing. This is a different team. I think that they've put these guys together, and they've done the right thing when it comes to development with some of the young players. And hopefully we get the chance to see this team actually get to the promised land, and that's playing an NBA championship and see if they can get over the hump. You're right. I have not been alive to see them win a championship. It's since, what was the last time they won a championship? 73?
Yeah. 73.
It's been a long, long time and a long wait. And why not? If there's anybody that can bring a championship home to the New York Knicks, it's Jalen Brunson. And if he does that, they're going to build a statue of Jalen Brunson, because he's done the one thing that every New York fan wants to see, and that's a championship from the New York Knicks.
And like you were saying many times, Errol, like a Knicks championship would be bigger for New York than any other championship.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. And I've never seen a player like Brunson on the Knicks. I mean, a guy that was that clutch at his size, be able to dominate a game. You know, Allen Houston at his best. I remember in Game 6 against the Pacers in '99, that eliminated them. You know, when the Knicks made it as an 8 seed. You know, Houston was awesome in the fourth quarter, scored like maybe 16 points, no matter who they put on him, whether it was Jalen Rose or Reggie Miller or Travis Best, or whoever they put on Houston. He just was able to score on them.
Latrell Sprewell was clutch.
Yeah.
I think he was clutch when the Knicks brought him in.
You're right. I mean, he had a couple good, a couple good fourth seasons, but he was too. He was 6'6", 6'5", you know.
Yeah.
But Brunson just, you know, when he missed that shot at the end of regulation in Game 1,
right?
He was shocked. I was like, what? Like, he makes that shot so much. He's really, I mean, of all the Knicks players I've seen, this guy's the most clutch of anybody, you know. Ewing was, you know, I mean, let's be honest, Ewing wasn't that clutch, you know, with his ability to miss free throws. And I mean, he had a couple shots, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I think everyone will remember that missed layup against Indiana in Game 7 is kind of like, and it's kind of unfair because Ewing was really good.
Right.
You know, I mean, now that he wasn't there, I mean, Knicks fans really took him for granted when they had those 20 years in exile, you know, after Van Gundy left.
Right.
But so, it's fun to kind of watch them play. And I mean, like, Madison Square Garden is a special place.
Yep.
It really is.
100%.
I mean, Kenny Smith said, like, there's only one garden. And I know the Boston Garden, whatever. But, you know, Madison Square Garden in playoff time. I mean, those people love lunatics. And, you know, being a New Yorker and living down here, and, you know, down here, here's the difference, Errol. Down here, you got generations of people that have lived here, going back to the Civil War and beyond that, okay? So it's kind of hard. They never really accept you down here when you're a Northern. You know, I mean, they like you, whatever, but you never become one of the people down here. You know, I probably never will. But, you know, being from New York and being home, like, that'll always be my home. And, you know, at times like that, when, you know, last year with the Mets or, you know, this year with the Knicks, and watching it and being able to go and talk about my roots and the things that I've done or what New York is really like, because they, you know, they get such a bad rap. And New Yorkers are so kind and considerate. When there's something that really breaks, you want a New Yorker there. Because he knows what to do. He's street smart. He's not going to be fooled. He's going to do the things that need to be done. And, you know, it just makes me appreciate where I come from a lot more.
Well, I want to tell you something. I know we have to go because we got a lot more to go, and we have a little bit of time, but you're absolutely right. I think the Knicks are what they're doing right now is pretty special, and hopefully they can get it done. Beat the Celtics. That would be such a great smile. That would put a smile on every Knicks fan's face. And by the way, when the Knicks win a game, the fans outside the stadium, did you hear that after the Boston game that the Knicks fans would not leave security?
Oh, that's crazy.
It's very Knick-like for them to do that.
My brothers were at Game 1.
It's so funny.
The only fans probably more reckless than Jets fans, but that's because they're just totally desperate.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about the Jets. Please, stop.
Yeah. But here's one. I want to give you one quick note on the Mets. Okay,
go ahead.
So the Mets pitching staff, all right. So it's been really good. So they've only allowed, I believe it's 108 earned runs through 38 games, which is the fourth best in team history. You know, the 68 team, which really wasn't very good, but then again, nobody scored runs in 1968. The 89 team, and I think you had the 71 team that only allowed fewer earned runs. So it's kind of historic what their pitching staff is doing. And nobody really expected these guys to do that well. If they can keep that up, because, you know, they're hitting, especially Alonso. You look at Alonso and Judge, two players that are over 1,000 OPS and the same amount of RBIs. So nobody expected Alonso to do that. And they have, you know, the line, there's really not many weak spots. And then guys like Mauricio in the minor leagues that are, you know, going to come up later in the year. So I think they've made a lot of really good moves. For the first time as a Met fan, I feel like they're on the right track.
Well,
stability. Yeah.
Let's hold on. Let's wait a little while. And we'll see how this season ends because we all know about the Mets and the Jets and the Islanders. But we got to go. We got to go,
We
bro.
can't put the Mets and Jets now.
Let's not get into it. We'll get into that in just a few moments. Listen to the show.
Okay.
I know you're going to like my Islander take. Keep listening, buddy. We love you, man. Keep up the good work. We got to come down there and we got to give a little Alabama Crimson Tide, little New York.
You love it.
Little
You love it. I
filling.
love to have you
Little
guys in
filling. We'll give them a little Nebraska filling too.
And we
with
take
the,
over for a week.
Little cluster over there. Little juices if Speedy knows how to squirt it. Anyways, thank you, Mark. We love you, man. Keep listening to the show, buddy. Mark Everett Kelly. He's a friend of the show. He is sensational. He's such a good guy, kind soul, and a person that I've always, when he came to me and he asked me to join and work with me, somebody I always looked up to. You know, he's a guy that's been supportive on the work that I do, and he always tells me that, you're special, you're great, and you keep up with the work, things special is going to happen to you. And he's been with the best. He's worked with the best, so he knows. And I take that guy has gone through I'm not going to say it, but he's been through hell and back again. And it's amazing that he's still doing it. I love the guy. So I just want him to know that. I don't want to cry, man. I don't cry, but he's a good dude, man. I feel so bad for him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we do this now every single week, we call this King of the Hill.
Here's the King of the Hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never, ever hit below that.
Not that kind of King of the Hill, you dumb. Are you ready? This is King of the Hill.
Okay, guys, welcome to
Where's
King of the Hill. Everyone come in. Nathan, get your butt in here as well. You can play in this. This is King of the Hill. So the way this works, so you have categories. You have no idea. You just got to rapid fire, give your best answers. The king has appointed me his court jester to give out these, and he will rule on who is moving on to the next round. So the first round is a peasant fight, everybody for themselves. The two best competitors from this round will move on to the joust, where they will joust it out for a chance to take on the king in round 3. Are you guys ready to play King of the Hill? When you come at the king, best not miss.
Wow.
Pretty good,
Cute.
right? You like that one?
That's cute.
That's from The Wire, Omar.
Yeah.
All right, so here's round 1. We are going to get into the format. So here it is, coming up right here. Greatest New York baseball unsung heroes in the last 40 years. So, for example, Derek Jeter would be a regular hero, not an unsung hero. Everyone knows Derek Jeter, right? So, unsung heroes. Let's go to this one right here. I'll be up top. We'll go left to right across the screen. Name one, tell me why within 30 seconds, then the next person goes. Jabba. You're muted. Give me a New York Yankee or Met unsung hero in the last 40 years.
Me.
I was hoping you would start with you.
Java.
Why, Java?
Well, because their bullpen was trash. I set an all-time record of getting to the big leagues the fastest of a New York Yankee. The longest ever tenured start to a New York Yankee to never give up a run. And pitched to a .3 and got us and saved us and got us to the playoffs.
Nathan, you're competing. Nathan, compete.
It supports everybody.
Speedy, you're up.
I wasn't going to pick anybody else.
Everyone knows, obviously, the 2015 Mets run, Daniel Murphy was the big hitter. But I'm going to go with Juan Uribe. Juan Uribe, veteran.
Oh, wow.
He was a big spark in the second half of that season and also during that Dodgers series as well, with a lot of clutch hits and great defense as well, and awesome leadership for a guy who was 35 or 36 at the time.
Juan Uribe.
Huge wrench. Huge.
Goody.
I'm going to go with Robinson Cano.
Don't you know?
Derek Jeter's counterpart, sweet swing. Played a defense. Played at his own style of play at second base, smooth like butter. Apparently, a good teammate. That's who I got.
Nathan.
Okay, I'm gonna go Alex Rodriguez.
You lose. He's not an unsung hero.
Oh, okay.
Nathan, you have dirt on your face.
No.
I'll go with Jimmy Leyritz, 1996.
Well, Jim Leyritz, that's my guy right
home
there.
run off of Mark Wohlers brings the Yankees back in that series, and they eventually win, setting off that dynasty. Jabba, next one. Give me one more. We're going to go 3. Jabba.
Oh, I thought I was already going to win automatically on that. Damasio Marte.
Ooh.
He comes from the Pirates, little low 3/4 arm slot, who probably should have won the MVP in 2009. Didn't give up a run in the World Series, punched out Ryan Howard like 9 times, and Chase Utley didn't get a hit. He actually came in because Chase Utley was killing us. And I don't know if he even gave up a hit either, but I know he didn't give up a run. He was definitely our Sun hero in 09 in the playoffs.
Speedy.
All right, I'll go with the 06 Mets this time. Have to go with Andy Chavez, one of the greatest catches in playoff history for sure, getting the double play in that. And he actually did well in that series against the St. Louis Cardinals, a great pitching staff at the time, with Chris Carpenter and obviously Wainwright as the closer at that time. But Andy Chavez, got to give him some love here.
Goody.
Aaron Boone, homer against the Red Sox.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Really like
Nathan.
All right, I'm gonna say Jerry Harrison Jr.
Oh,
who helped the Yankees win the World Series in 09 too.
Okay, I will go with Luis Sojo with a huge clutch triple, helping the Yankees again in one of their majestic runs to a World Series. Last one, Jabba.
I'm going to go off the beaten path. I'm going to go Kevin Long, our hitting coach. We led the league in hitting, wrote a book, still in the league and considered one of the best hitting coaches still to this day with Rob Thompson. And literally just one of the best that there is. And we led the league, I think, through 4 out of the 5 years that he was the hitting coach. And he brought some guys in that shouldn't have done what they did, and he was phenomenal.
Speedy.
All right, last one for the 2015 Mets. So the other infielder on the other side of Uribe, Kelly Johnson, another one that was a big spot for us. A guy that was a journeyman. He played like 7 different teams, and another one that was not as good defensively as Uribe was, but another guy as a lefty that brought some hits as well.
Goody.
Man, I don't know how. I don't know. Masahiro Tanaka's pretty. I mean, I guess he's a star, but he wasn't a CC Sabathia type star, but he's a star. I mean, he locked down the rotation there for quite a long time. Put up some good numbers. I know he's a giant, phenom in Japan. So it's probably not the best answer, but at the same time, like CC owned that staff. So I'm gonna go with Tanaka.
Nathan.
Let's see here.
40 years. You don't have. You can go farther back.
Okay.
There's literally like 1,000 names.
I'm from here. All the hot ladies.
No. I don't. Damn, I'm drawing a blank.
Wally Backman.
Who got the hottest? Not sure.
Wally Backman. How about? No. I'm gonna say Terry Collins.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, underrated manager. Won a lot of games for the Mets as a manager. Players love him. He brought intensity to the game when he was arguing with the managers. Also a legend in the game. So there you go.
That was probably your best take ever on any show. Okay, so you know.
I'll finish this one off, and I will go with someone who we all gave a lot of credit to, but on the international and national stage, Andy Pettit's not a Hall of Famer. Andy Pettitte, one of the most important playoff pitchers in Yankees history, got it done, a mentor to one Jobber Chamberlain on our show.
Yes.
We got a tattoo right there of him. The guy had the best pickoff move in baseball, maybe in baseball history. The guy was awesome. He was automatic, and he was going to give you depth in every game that he played. Errol.
Hey, sleeper El Duque.
Oh, El
Duque.
Duque.
You want to use El Duque? That might save you.
Yeah. El
I know,
Duque, because El Duque, you ask any Yankees player at that time, no matter who it was, who they wanted on the line, who they wanted on the mound when the game on the line, it was El Duque. Ask them all.
All right, Errol, you get to now pick who are the 2 finalists that will joust it out for a chance to take on the king.
So, Finch, I love you and I love your takes and I love everything, but you already knew what was going on. So I can't put you there because you're hosting it.
That's fair. It's easier for me to host if I'm not playing.
Speedy, your takes were great, but there was a couple of players that I had to dig deep to remember some of the things that they did. The El Duque thing really fit, as far as I'm concerned, Goody, and that's what helped you. You moved Tanaka and added El Duque. El Duque is to me one of the greatest pitchers for the Yankees, especially what he's done in the playoff. I think his career record, I think he was like 8-1 or something, 9-1. It's like ridiculous, his numbers. It's sensational. And I'm going to go with Jabba, obviously, because, even though Jabba could be a pain in the ass, I loved him as a player. So I'll go with Jabba.
My sleeper was David Justice.
Ooh. David Justice.
In that 2000, we got traded for Jake Westbrook and played like 80 games and hit like 20 homers and 300.
Speaking of Andy Pettit, I want to go. I know his agent, Andy Pettit's agent now.
Yeah. All right, get him on the show. Next round, interview round right here. We're gonna get Goody over here versus Jabba. I'm gonna go up, Speedy. We're gonna put you down over here.
Oh, no.
And the next round, we have the joust. And the question is, best curveballs of all time. I want you guys to go back and forth. We're going to go 5 guys on this round.
Oh, 5.
Best
Ready?
curves of all time. I think you guys will appreciate this topic. Give you a second to gather your thoughts.
Did Goody have a good curveball?
Are we explaining or no?
You can give like a very quick, why you mentioned the guy. You don't have to get into detail stuff.
All right, ready?
Goody, you can start it up.
Barry Zito.
Barry
Nastiest
Zito.
curveball ever. It doesn't even matter. It's Barry Zito, left-handed pitcher. Come on. Okay. Just watch the video. Watch the tape.
I'm going to go Sandy Koufax.
Safe pick. Sandy Koufax. Maybe the best ever before he got hurt.
Clayton Kershaw. Another
Kershaw.
one. Nasty. Disgusting. Left-handed. Hall of Famer. Next one.
Speedy, that's for you, Dwight Gooden.
Ooh, Doc.
Yeah, that's my guy right there, Doc Gooden. Let's go.
What did Doc call his curveball? He had a nickname for it, didn't he? Speedy, you should know this one. This would be a good tic-tac-no question. What was Doc Gooden's curveball?
Don't tell Owen. He'll get a new names.
Are we waiting on Speedy?
The name of it? I don't know.
No,
it was
Uncle Charles. Lord
Charles. Lord Charles. Not Uncle Charlie. Lord Charles.
Ready? Bert Blyleven.
Blyleven.
Twins.
Ooh, getting a little older
That's a good one.
Nasty. I used to have a shirt of his that was. And when I played in Mankato and summer ball, that's all they would talk about. Oh, old Bert Blyleven's curveball. And I'm like, dude, I wasn't alive in the 70s. But then I watched it and I'm like, all right, this guy's the dude. He's got the shit. So it's like.
All right, Java.
I'm going to switch gears. He was known as the Nolan Ryan Express, but his curveball was disgusting, and he threw it harder than anybody before this spin rate RPM garbage.
He's throwing like an 89
it was,
curveball or something stupid, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I think let's just do one more each.
Last one for me is gonna be Cody Allen. Watch his 2016 World Series run with Cleveland. Watch the swings and misses that he was getting on his curveball. Ball was bouncing 55 feet before him, and guys were taking full G-hacks on him. Nasty. Spike heater. Also, you know what? Sleeper pick Dellin Betances, but was a nasty one.
You guys.
Jabba.
I'm actually going to go somebody that they said that kind of was the innovator of the curveball, and Warren Spahn.
Ooh. The OG. You know, the only other name that I
was going to go
thinking of-
Satchel Paige too, but
yeah. So you could have gone Satchel Paige. Who even knows what he was throwing or what was on the ball he was throwing? But it didn't matter back then. Mets fans may remember Adam Wainwright's curveball a little bit too fun. Too well.
When Speedy said Uncle Charlie, I was like, God, Adam Wainwright, duh.
How about Charlie Morton?
Charlie Morton? Yeah, he's got a good one.
He's got a sweeper.
It's flatter than
it's a
flatter
little
than
different.
curveball. Yeah.
All right, Errol, that's the round. You heard their takes on the Lord Charles and Uncle Charlie's of baseball history. Who do you think moves on to the finals?
Tim Lincecum, another one.
Oh,
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you and Speedy. Okay?
Me and Speedy?
I'm fine. You and Speedy make their decision on who should move on.
Speedy, I default to you. You make the choice.
All right, I like the history that Jabba was bringing with a lot of the past, like innovator of the curveball, the past like history of the evolution of the pitch too. So I'm going to give him a sledge.
All right, so it's going to be Jabba and Errol. Now,
Do we even
it's
have to finish? He's going to win.
It's time to take on the king. Usually the king stayed a king, but we'll see what happens now in this round. The greatest teams in baseball history with the year. So I'm not the greatest single season teams. Now I'm going to want 3 from each of you. And we're just going to go through the greatest teams of all time. And give me a reason why. I'll let you guys get set up and come up with 3. I want the year. Right? So you can't just say the Yankees, although it's the correct answer. In this one, you will have to add a year. So here we go. Let's get the next setup on here. And we'll put Errol up there. So now the 4 of us will get to vote. Really, it's the 3 of us. Nathan, you'll be the tiebreaker. All right? Actually, no. If there's a tie, Nathan's vote doesn't count.
Really, Fish? Really, Fish?
No, I'm kidding, man. We'll just vote. And whoever has the best performance becomes or stays the king.
I voted already.
Let's start off with their competitor, Jabba.
Well, I'm going to have to start with the 2009 Yankees. Opening a new stadium, creating an absolute legacy that the old stadium had built. We moved into a new one. Start off slow April. We end up having 13 walk-off hits and go on to win the World Series for the first time in a long time, and just established our name in the history of that stadium forever as opening up and winning.
Errol.
I'm going to go with the 1939 New York Yankees. I mean, Joe DiMaggio, Babe Ruth. I mean, the talent that they had on that roster. I mean, if you look at their record, I mean, they were pretty – not only they had a great roster when it comes to their pitching staff. The pitching staff was great. Their lineup was murderer's row. I mean, Joe DiMaggio, one of the greatest hitters of all time. I mean, considered one of the best outfielders of all time. And then Babe Ruth, to me, the greatest baseball player of all time. Just the talent from up and down from the roster. And really, it started the championship road of the New York Yankees. So I'm going to go in the 1939 New York Yankees.
All right, back to Jabba. Although I have to mention, Babe Ruth was retired in 1935, so he was not on that team. That was the Bill Dickey team.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe DiMaggio. Well, I'm sorry, Joe DiMaggio, Joe Gordon, and Bill Dickey. I'm sorry. There you go. I apologize. That's the other team. So
there's like 3 Babe Ruth teams you could pick from here.
There's one other. The other team is Babe Ruth.
Let's move back to Jabba for a second one.
I'm going to go, it's not the sexiest pick because they didn't win, but I'm going to go most wins all time. The 2001 Seattle Mariners, that was the rookie debut of Ichiro, set the hits record. And, I mean, he was 10 at-bats in and never hit 300 below that in the rest of his career. Granted, they didn't win, but they had, all those guys that they brought in and Brett Boone being a huge part of that. Dan Wilson, you had Jay Buhner. You had all those guys, and just to get 116 wins in a season, not win, but that in the regular season, and 3 Hall of Famers that's on their team, including designated hitter and Edgar Martinez has a damn highway named after him. So, yeah, they didn't win it, but that's the greatest regular season team that we've seen.
Errol. All right, so I kind of flip-flopped it. The 1927 New York Yankees.
I knew that's where you were going to go.
He was 356, 60 home runs, 165 RBIs. Lou Gehrig batted 373 with 47 home runs and 173 RBIs. They won 110 and 44. Franchise record, 714 winning percentage. I mean, this is as good as any Yankee team. That I kind of messed up with the 1939. So I have this team. Honestly, this is the greatest team of all time. And then it was the 1939 New York Yankees. So either or, you could flip-flop it. I mean, both teams were great. This Yankee team was sensational. And really, it just 4-game sweep. Pittsburgh Pirates in the World Series. I mean, you can't get any better than that. Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth, the Iron Horse, and Mr. Baby Ruth, a home run slugging machine. So,
that was the 60 home run year, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
All right, last ones, guys. Java.
I'm going to go the 76 Reds. You look at that lineup. They won 102 games. They had Pete Rose, Ken Griffey Sr., Joe Morgan, Johnny Bench, Tony Perez. Just for the Big Red Machine and what they had, I think it was like the new era of kind of the game and very underrated Dave Concepcion, which unbelievable. They had a team ERA of 3. It was a fun team to watch. They got after it, and my dad was a low key Reds fan, so I was able to get to know those guys a little bit. They went 7-0 and won the World Series that year, so it's a different take, but they have 6 Hall of Famers.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Go ahead.
Credit. The 1998 New York Yankees, 114 and 48. Probably one of the greatest runs we've ever seen a Yankee team have. I mean, look at the roster. There's no lie to that. Derek Jeter, Paul O'Neill, Scott Brosius, Bernie Williams, David Wells, David Cohn, El Duque, you just mentioned it, right over there, Tino Martinez. I mean, this roster was stacked. Jorge Posada, Mariano Rivera, load of All-Stars. Yes, Chuck Knobloch was on this team, and he couldn't throw to first base. Who cares? This is one of the greatest rosters of all time. Great rotation. I mean, there's nothing bad about this rotation when you look at Orlando Hernandez, Andy Pettit, David Wells, David Cohn. Even our friend Jeff Nelson was a part of this wonderful rotation. I mean, there's nothing bad to say about this team. And by the way, they swept Ken Caminiti and that Padre team in the World Series. Yes, and Bruce Bochy, as we all know, who went to the World Series with the Padres. So, greatest. I think one of the greatest, more underrated New York Yankee teams of all time. Give me the Yankees!
All right. So let's vote on it. I'll start off the process. I'm going to go with Errol, mainly because the 1927 team and the 98 teams would have been my 2 picks for the Yankees.
Of course you're going to pick the Yankees.
I mean, you did pick the 2009 Yankees. I just feel like...
Well, duh.
The 98 team had the record wins. 27 team was the Babe Ruth team. And you feel like you got to throw DiMaggio in there. I would have probably included the 61 Yankees. The 61 and 61 with Maris and Mantle.
We opened a stadium after not making the playoffs and won the World Series.
Yeah.
Jabba, it's still one of my. It's like you're comparing your favorite children when you're talking about Yankees.
Oh,
championship.
bullshit! Everybody has their favorite child. I don't care what you say. Goody, agree with me. I don't care what you say.
Well, for me, it's favorite nieces.
You only had one. How would you know?
No, because I know.
Well, either way, I think those 3.
Why did any of you guys say the 2024 Dodgers?
I'll give it to Errol. I like the Reds pick a lot, though. I like that.
The Dodgers were electric. They went to a World Series and we knew they were going to win.
I looked the rosters and I mean those
2024 Dodgers were pretty good too.
And just the wins. If you look at the Yankees that I mentioned, they won almost 400 games altogether, all 3 of them together. So
the other thing is, if you're looking at best teams overall, the 2009 Yankees would have probably demolished the 1928 Yankees with the pitching that they have going on now. So it's just different eras of baseball. It's really
you don't think Babe Ruth could have hit the slurve or the sweeper?
I don't think Babe Ruth probably would have shit his pants if he saw that thing coming at him.
I think he would have shit his pants and still hit it over the wall.
He was swinging like a 50-inch, 48-ounce bat. That thing ain't going anywhere, especially if Job is going 100. There's no chance.
There's still bark on the bat.
Yeah, exactly. They were in there boning the bat, you know.
I don't think there's an argument.
All right, so Goody,
No,
who
I
you going
agree.
with?
I agree with the era and style of baseball. Obviously, the Yankees owned it forever. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I got Errol's argument there for 39, especially. I think, especially for like a transcendent. Like,
By the way,
time.
I give Jabba a lot of credit. He could have went with something else, but he went with his own intuition. Even though he probably thought, hey, you know what? I'm probably going to lose this anyway. I'm going to go.
Well, yeah, for the same
Right.
reason I gave Jabba the point over Goody, I have to use the history there.
All right, and Nathan, your vote doesn't count because it's already 3-0.
But he did. He
thanks
did
thanks for sitting in on it, though, Nathan. I mean, I'm just kidding, Nathan. How would you vote? It's a democracy.
I'll go with Errol, man. I guess his points are valid. The Yankees, the two Yankee teams that won the World Series. So, yeah.
By the way, I was thinking maybe the Red Sox with Kurt Schilling, and
I almost put them, but I couldn't. It couldn't come out of my mouth.
that was something.
I literally, it was in there. Trust me, it was in there. But I was like, I can't.
They were good.
Oh man, I will say this: I got to give Jabba a lot of credit. He could have went another route. He went with
Jabba did good too. Yeah.
Well, the king stays the king for another week. Errol, you will take on all competitors again next week.
By the way, I forgot to mention. Speaking of, so I told Errol this. Cam Lockridge told me that he's related to Ken Gifford Jr. and Ken Gifford Sr.
Great, get him on the show.
Thanks.
Because, Ken Gifford
Thanks,
Jr.
Nathan.
Yeah, Ken Gifford Sr.
We love you, Nathan.
If he's related to Ken Griffey Jr., he's related to his dad.
Wait, he's related to both of them?
Yes.
No way.
Yeah, no way.
You guys
want the
By
family
blood?
Breaking news.
by Nathan's modern DNA test.
Wait, hold on. Nathan, what was that about Cam Lockridge?
He's related to Ken Griffey Jr.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Kings, the Islanders won the NHL draft lottery that land them the #1 overall pick. First time since 2009 when they drafted John Tavares. This is the 5th time in their history they had the #1 pick, which includes drafting Hall of Famer defenseman Dennis Potvin. According to NHL.com, prospect rankings, defenseman Matthew Schaefer is projected to go #1. He had 22 points and a +21 rating. Barely played this season. Center Mike Misa is the #2 prospect. He's the highest scorer in Ontario Hockey League with 64 goals, 74 assists, and 138 points, which averages 1 point and 1 goal. At 1 assist, 1 goal every single game. Center James Higgins, Long Island native, is the #3 ranked prospect, but missed time with an injury. He still had 37 points in 37 games, 11 goals, and 26 assists. The Islanders are still searching for a new general manager after parting ways with Lou Lamoriello 2 weeks ago. Well, you know, it's so interesting. This is a great thing for Islander fans. I know everybody's all over social media saying, we're going to win. They're winning nothing. Right now, the Islanders are going to be rebuilding. They got to bring in the right GM. And the questions are, and I'm not going to mention any names, but the list of guys that are out there are not lists that you want as far as if you're an Islander fan or not. So that's not a good sign. Nevertheless, Higgins was projected to be the #1 pick going into the season. Misa had a sensational year. He's projected to be the best player in this year's draft with the count that he has offensively. He's an offensive, defensive forward. He's got a tremendous amount of speed, unbelievable goal scoring opportunities to put it in the net. He can shoot anywhere on the ice. Everybody keeps talking about Connor Bedard and what Connor Bedard was coming out of the class. His class, this guy is better and faster than Connor Bedard. I think this guy is going to be a sensational player. I think he's going to be a star in the league. I think Higgins is going to be a star. It might take him a little longer to get in touch or get close to his talents in the NHL. Nevertheless, this guy is a special player too. He's going to be the highest pick out of NHL history for a Long Islander. To be picked in the top 3 is a sensational story. I know a little bit about him. I know one of his family members. This kid's sensational. Matthew Schaefer, projected to be the number 1 pick. You never draft a defenseman as your number 1. I don't care if he's Victor Hedman. I don't care if he's Paul Coffey. You don't draft a defenseman as your number 1 pick unless he's just absolutely a home run. Now, we all know over there in Buffalo they did that. It took him a while to develop, and he's a good player. I still don't do that. If the Islanders have the number 1 pick and they can trade down to still get a guy like Higgins, I would do that. Get another first-round draft pick from Chicago. They'll move up. They're still going to be bad. They're going to be a lottery pick next year. And then you have 3 first-round draft picks next year from, obviously, courtesy from Colorado. Thank you to Lou Lamoriello, their own pick, and the Chicago Blackhawks. You give Chicago that other star to play with Bedard, and they can build around that, and it's going to take them a little. I just think that this is a great story for Islander fans. 3.5% chance that the Islanders are going to win it. And the one thing I can tell you about the NHL draft and this lottery bowl thing, they do it in front of the fans. They don't do it in another room like the NBA or the MLB. They do it right in front of your face so you can watch it. Gary Bettman, slam dunk. The Islanders are a lucky team. The Rangers are a lucky team. They weren't lucky with Alexis Lafreniere. Hopefully, wherever the Islanders go here and the right GM, they pick the right guy. If they do, it can set their team forward for the next 10 years with a young superstar stud to move forward with Barzell and the players that they have over there. Colin Ricci. I mean, the Islanders could be put in a really, really good position. Higgins, Misa, I go either or. I'd be happy with any of it. But if you get Higgins, don't draft Higgins at 1. Trade down and then get Higgins and get yourself another first-round draft pick.
Right. The game now is centers that can skate, and I think those 2 guys definitely qualify for that kind of thing. And you talked about with Dahlin and some other defensemen that were drafted early. Recent one with the Devils was Simone Nemec. Has not developed the way that he should as the 2nd overall pick. And sometimes it just takes a while, and the Islanders don't really have a while because they're trying to figure out what the direction of this roster is. And it starts with somebody that can skate like that, like Misa. Now, Misa's a little taller. He's a bigger guy. Higgins has to grow into his body a lot. I think he's 5'10" or something.
He's 18 years old.
And he's 18 years old. So I think there's a little more traction that has to go. That's why I think he'll still come up if he does get drafted.
He's the best American prospect to come out of the United States since Jack Hughes. Mm-hmm. And that's how good he is.
And you're right. For a while, he was the consensus number 1 prospect until his injury in, I think, December or January this year. And shout out to our friend Anthony LaRocco. He was saying that Hagen's skills are not far behind overall. It's just, again, the size of the skating at this level can it be? And that's what we were talking about in the past too, with a lot of these either Scandinavian prospects and the Russian prospects versus the American prospects. The American prospects have a better adaptation to the game, a lot younger and much more of an instant impact overall. And that's what I think the Rangers obviously fell into, with Capo Caco never developing the way he should and stuff like that. And I think you have 2 really bona fide choices. I agree with you. Try to dupe Chicago if you want to trade back and take Higgins. Try to dupe them. I think they're a dumb enough organization to fall for that. Otherwise, yeah, I think you go me.
Why is it dumb? You add
I think Chicago. I think they're a dumb enough.
That's not a dumb move for Chicago. Chicago's looking for the other guy to play with Connor Bedard. Connor Bedard has been a bust. Really, I know he's young, but he's been a bust for everybody, comparing him to the next Sidney Crosby, the next Connor McDavid. He's not anywhere close to that right now. I know he's young, but Misa could be a guy that they could be licking their lips for. And then the Islanders sit pretty. They get the Long Island native. They get a guy that they can build around. And now they get another first round. Now they have 5 first-round draft picks in the next 2 years. They remember, Colin Ricci is going to make the team this year. They got speed. They got talent to those 2 top lines. And you still have Barzell and you-know-who, Mr. Vancouver himself, who they spent a lot of money for. So I think the Islanders, and they have Sorokin, and they have a great young defenseman over there too. That's why you don't build around the defense here. You need speed, and the Islanders have a lack of it.
Yeah,
so,
maybe dumb was the wrong word. I just said maybe a team that's easier to dupe because Chicago. You were talking about, some teams just get the luck of the lottery. And Chicago is actually one of those teams, but a lot of those players never amounted to anything.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Why the hell did you not post up the argument with the whole Jackie Robinson and, Lawrence Taylor? Why haven't I seen that clip on social media?
It's on YouTube.
Well, get it up on the other things. I mean, that was a great argument. I had to say this. I wanted to wait until the end of the show, but screw it. You need to put that up, get the argument. It was a great argument, and it's a great back and forth banter. And as far as you're concerned, it's not the Rangers getting the number one, baby. It is the Islanders. So suck it.
So why not? There's been 2 defensemen taken first overall since 2018. We got Power from the Sabres and Dahlin from the Sabres. Sabres keep taking hacks at it, obviously.
Dahlin's a slam dunk.
Yeah, no, he's great. He's
right.
It took him a while. It took him a while.
It takes, it's taken a lot of these guys some time. I don't know if I see any others unless I go back to, like, I guess Ed Jovanowski was 1994.
Florida Panthers. No.
Florida Panthers. Everyone else I'm looking at, I don't see any.
You don't go defenseman at number one. If you're sitting there and somebody like, the Chicago Blackhawks want him, or the team right under San Jose, then do it. Trade them out. You're going to get Higgins no matter what. And if these teams want Misa really, really bad, and there are teams out there that will do whatever it takes to get Misa, he's special. He is going to be a great player in the NHL. He is a great.
I mean, Schaefer's highlights are absurd. They really are. I was cutting highlights from his highlights are outrageous. Canadian team, coast to coast type of defenseman. Making all these great passes.
He's not a defensive defenseman. He's an Adam Fox.
He's not. No. He might be a lot better than Adam Fox is. If he is, then we're talking about a guy with like Leach type skills. That's what the hope has always been to get a guy like that, right?
They got a player like that. They got a player.
Well, he's like skinnier and fat, and like it just seems a little bit like maybe not as aggressive like physically as maybe Leach was going inside. But I think that guy he's really young. He's like 17, or 8, or what is he, like 18, something like that.
He's been injury prone, and he's 6'3", he's long. It's great, good for that, good for him. You do not draft a defenseman at number one. Unless he's a bona fide, and he's not the bona fide, because I'm telling you, I'm taking Nysa or Hagen. I think both guys are going to be stars in the NHL. Go after the guy. You've had a lack of speed on your wing play or even your center play. You need a star there. You need a guy. Again, if I'm the Islanders, I trade out of the pick and get Higgins. You can really rebuild next year in the class that's supposed to be stacked next year. You can get 3 first-round draft picks in next year's class. You're licking your chops if you're a GM. You're going to be sitting pretty. But if you get Misa, the Islanders get themselves a bona fide star that's going to be a guy that's going to be able to be your center, your number one line center. Could you imagine him, Barzell, and what's his name again? Horvat, Bo Horvat, your 2 guys, and have this guy as your center and your number one line. Yep. It'll be sick. It'll be disgusting. How good. And this guy's fast, and he's an offensive defenseman. That's what he is. He plays defense. He's so good. He reads the ice so very well. He's better than Connor Bedard. I don't care what anybody says.
He's big enough where he doesn't lose the puck very easily either.
No, he's strong skater too.
There was some video I saw of Hagen's, like he's just skating around the ice and he's not even looking at the puck ever, not like once. He's just effortless skating, stick handling.
He's great, man.
It's just so impressive.
Best American.
It's so impressive. I don't know if I would pass up on him. It's first overall. Do you really want to play that game, like trying to drop down to 2 or 3 and still get the guy you want?
You're still going to get him. You're still going to get
what
one.
Do you get? Do you get another for going
first
down
round.
to 1 to 3?
You're getting a first. 100%. Yeah. You're jumping from 3 to 1, and you get your chance to pick who you want. All 3 of these guys are going to be stars in the league.
But that's my point. Like, if all 3 of them are stars, why trade? And I don't know if anyone in 2 or 3 is going to be like, yeah, no, I'll take any of these 3 guys. Why would I trade? I'm not.
Again, it depends on if there's a select desire for one of those teams.
True.
For the Sharks,
or like Errol was saying, Chicago. Don't want a defenseman that high. Like it's very possible.
Right, and again, both these teams just had the number 1 pick, so maybe they think they can afford to just go on star if Bedard does develop and what people were expecting going to be, and then Celebrini with the Sharks too, same kind of thing. But a nice rookie year too. He's, I think, going to be a finalist for the Rookie of the Year. But like the Sharks are still very far away, so they feel like, all right, maybe two players that could be instant impact to help the rest of the role players out and just get them to a more, I guess, not necessarily competitive because they're not a playoff team, but a desirable location again. Because the Sharks used to be, when they first came into the NHL, they were rocking for a while. They never won a cup, but they became popular right away.
Well, I will say this. Time will show you that you don't draft a defenseman at number 1. And I don't think the Islanders are dumb enough to do that, even if they bring in the wrong GM. I think you go wing or center. Whatever way you go, you're going to get Higgins can play wing and center.
Right.
You're getting 2 guys that can play multiple positions. One's American and one's Canadian. So either or, you're going to hit on one of them. I think that's where the Islanders go. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally our final segment of the night, as we call this, the one and only Analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
Okay, guys, welcome to Analytics, a quality educational experience. Yes, this is where we have our contest at the end of the show every week between Errol and Speedy, and they will have a type of analytical competition. They will each have a mystery clue, a mystery term they have to solve, and they'll have up to 3 clues to solve it. Whoever solves it in the fewest amount of clues is the winner. Now, the clues are different. Now, Speedy is our resident, statistician, sports analytical, sports scientist of analytics. So Speedy is going to give Errol an analytical term from sports. Now, Errol, is a big sports fan, as you know, as a loyal listener. He's just more of a traditionalist, more of an eye test man when evaluation comes down to it. So he doesn't know all these terms. Speedy, on the other hand, does know all these terms. So we have to give Speedy a type of term that he doesn't know. And those terms are what Speedy affectionately used to call gross sexual crap. Yes, they will be sexual innuendos that usually fly over Speedy's head. Speedy will try to solve that analytical term before Errol solves this sports analytical term on tonight's show. Boys, are you ready to play?
All right.
I'm trying to figure out the best way of attacking him tonight. But yes,
all right, so Speedy, we'll start with you. And tonight, we'll get the music on. What is your sports analytical term?
So this week we got baseball. So we have four initials for this one. IRAP.
IRAP. IRAP.
And what is this?
It's baseball.
It's baseball. Percentage?
Percentage is right.
Rating?
Nope.
That's it. That's it for me.
All right, you got the wild guess wrong, so you got percentage. We need the IRA part of it. All right, now moving on to Errol's big reveal of the analytical term of the evening.
Where's Goody? Goody's not in his.
He's hiding backstage.
Hiding backstage. He doesn't want to be
He
in.
said his allergies.
All right.
Goody, I made you real little so no one could see your allergies. on your
Oh, we're
face.
good, man.
Okay,
We're
then
chilling.
we'll bring it back.
All right, here it
Bring
is.
Now the real
back.
question is where Nathan disappeared to.
Well, he can't be too far. He's still attached to a leash.
All right, here it is. The Flaming Amazon.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna have to look this one up.
you
What
like,
the hell is that?
you like to call my thing the Amazon rainforest, so maybe I'll go with a freaking frat boy dare of putting like some kind of hot sauce on somebody's penis.
What did you just say?
Wait,
What?
Wait,
Charlie's face.
wait. I'm assuming that's wrong.
It's wrong.
What the hell just happened?
All right, so let me just recap.
Wow.
We got the Flaming Amazon.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Shut the
And-
front door.
Oh, here's what that is. All right. That's delightful. Let's go back the other direction with our first clue for the sports analytical term of the evening.
So it has to deal with a relief pitching stat, and it has to deal with a pitcher that comes into the game in a tricky situation.
And this is what's the
IRAP. You already got percentage right.
I think
Nope.
I think I know what this one is. I'm just trying to figure out what the A stands for.
I don't know. This is going to be hard for me.
All right. Let's give you the wrong answer buzzer. We'll see if we can get a little bit better clue next time. Errol, a clue for the Flaming Amazon, please.
Boy.
Okay.
What in the hell? I just looked up Flaming Amazon.
Yeah.
You didn't see my face, bro?
All right.
I'm not really seeing much right now.
You pull out
I just
this
read it.
particular thing. You pull out with this particular thing.
And then
sprint.
What? No, and then.
Flaming. Pull out.
Errol, have you ever tried this?
No, I've never tried this, but I've heard about it. That's why it's something that I
Where
wanted.
the hell have you heard about this?
That's why I asked, does it work? Like, does it really work?
This is something that Speedy should definitely do.
You know, the Mayans called it slash and burn agriculture.
Clean that hair of his, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm going to go on that angle with the hair. Okay. And I'm going to say it's a dare that you light the hair on fire.
What hair?
The penis hair.
Okay.
The penis
hair. And then you drive it into a woman's vagina.
Wait. While it's on fire?
Yes.
Speedy.
That's you're getting like the way that your mind is working now. That's the best one you've came up with.
So
But it's
here's
wrong.
the deal, Speedy. Although that's wrong, it's actually particularly close, except for the part where you are literally trying to torture a woman with a flaming
little Speedy.
A flaming.
Hey, if
Flamin'
you get
Johnson.
Speedy, you got a reaction from Brittany, so you're definitely coming along.
No. Brittany's the number 3 fan of this segment after Carl and Jamie Lee, so I'm not surprised.
All right. Well, that ended up with no reward at the end. So let's keep giving clues. Errol, we're gonna give you another clue here for IRAP.
So it's a relief pitcher coming into the game dealing with base runners, and then how well they manage them.
That's a really good clue.
That's basically the whole thing.
Arguably too good.
That's literally, he told you exactly what he just used different vernacular.
So percentage, average, right?
No, you got right is percentage.
Okay. I don't know.
IRAP.
Think about relievers.
This is a stat for relievers. It's pretty important.
I don't know.
Especially now.
I'm probably not going to get this one tonight.
Here's the last part of the clue. Especially now that runners start on second in the 10th.
Intentional?
No.
I don't know.
No, that is incorrect.
I
Moving
think
back
I'm going to fail this one today.
to the second clue on the Flaming Amazon. Errol.
Okay. You understood that you obviously burn the hair, right? You got to put it into something and then pull it out, right? Oh, there you go. You got to put it out with something, right?
What is that?
That's a good question. I don't get it.
Don't stray too far from where you were at last time. Just
let's put it
move.
out.
Just
Put
move
it
it
out.
out.
Put it out.
Just
Put
you
it
know,
out.
We'll go back to the
rearrange the variables.
We'll go back to the matches. You light the penis hair on fire. Then you put it out with water. Then you do a wet one in a woman's vagina.
What's a wet one?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I wipe kids' hands with after they eat. A wet,
Yeah, wet wipes.
That's like
one.
a wet willy. Like Speedy, I'm pretty sure you should have learned at some point in like health class that sex is not like getting a wet willy. It's a little bit different.
A wet one.
It's like you're describing the Mayans.
Well, the Mayan clue would have helped you if you were a good social studies student. All right, we'll go back to the last round of clues, guys. Here we go. I rap. Errol, do the best you can. You've got most of it. We just need to find a way, Speedy, to get him over the finish line. Give him one more clue.
So you're trying to. Another term for prevent is that the opposite, kind of the opposite of prevent, is the A, and then the I is another term for like accumulated or gathered, something like that. This is for preventing. It's like it's a percentage of like preventing base runners from scoring.
The
So
I
you're-
is what you get when
for a
someone in
picture,
your
right?
family dies sometimes.
When you come into a game and you have runners on, what are they called?
With an I.
If you get a lot of money when somebody dies.
That's a good clue.
It's called an
Earn I. Something with an I. Jabba actually gave a really good clue.
Yes.
I was thinking earn run prevention, but
Okay.
But I think
All right, so Errol, you didn't get too much of it.
Yeah, I'm-
Just don't worry.
All right, I'm-
Speedy hasn't gotten. Speedy's in the ballpark, but I think you're still ahead of him. It's Speedy.
Who's
why don't
still
you
ahead
give
of
the
him?
reveal?
Speedy's for sure ahead of Errol.
No, he's not. He's
For
really
sure,
not.
dude.
He's
Errol got
really
the
not.
Errol got the P. And
Yeah,
that
Errol did get the P. He at least got the.
Yeah, but Speedy got the fire.
No, he doesn't have that right either.
definitely got the
technically.
fire. Hopefully he can burn it
He
out.
has the fire. He doesn't have the right location of the fire.
All right.
All right. Speedy, here's your last chance. You just need to get
I want you to
closer
win
than
this.
Errol.
I'm going to give you.
I want you to win this one too. Speedy, what comes out of your ball sack?
What comes out of my
Hold on. Hold on. Here we go.
What's produced in your ball sack?
Ball
Hold on,
sack
here
was
we
a
go.
great
Here it goes. This person and that person have intercourse. Okay. As they're having intercourse, something happens when you pull out.
You don't have to pull out.
That's true.
For this
but
one, you do.
you do. You have to do this with this.
Or else it doesn't count. It wouldn't work.
But you got to do something to the woman to put it out with this wonderful juice.
Okay, so
All right, Speedy.
the fire, I guess, happens during the intercourse.
How does that happen?
By accident. A fire happens. Like,
How does it happen? By accident? How does fire just by accidentally burn? What the hell? You got to do
like
something with that. So
It's like when Moses saw the burning bush. That's your clue.
And how did he put it out?
I don't. Well, they didn't put that part in the Torah, but Moses how Moses put out.
I said,
the
how
burning
would
bush.
you put it out?
That's
They didn't
God.
have
We don't
put
put
it
that
out
out.
in Moses' time.
He was in the desert. Very tough for him.
By the way, I figured why you're slow. If we actually pulled out the Ethernet cable and put you on Wi-Fi, I think it would be better. So I pulled out.
We're
Pulled
trying to
out.
get you over the finish line here, Speedy. Gonna need an answer.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure.
I'm going to give you a hint. I'm going to give you even a better hint. It's a man and a woman.
Okay, I got that part. That's not hard.
Okay.
I got the intercourse part. I'm trying to figure out the fire.
You only need so much.
Brittany says nobody should use.
I tried to tell him that for
many
6
brain
years.
cells on this.
I've tried Brittany. I've tried telling him for 6 years.
All right, Speedy. Here's we got to end the show at some point. Let's get this going. What do you think?
Okay, so obviously the penis pulls out of the vagina. Somewhere
Obviously.
in between, there is a lighter
Okay.
that is involved by a third person coming in.
Okay. Okay, what do you like?
The penis,
Think about it again.
the hair,
Of.
the penis,
Think again. The
and now
hair.
the woman's hair as well.
Oh, okay.
Vagina.
All right. All right.
And then it goes back in.
Okay. And how do you put it out?
The semen and shit and the.
This
freaking
girl
vagina.
is on fire.
I'm gonna give that. You gotta give it to him. You gotta give it to him.
I think Speedy is going to be the winner tonight, even though that's not right technically.
Well, I mean, the first part was right. He added the shit on the backside.
Well, what I'm looking at here, Errol, why don't you?
You and Errol
tell him?
all about butt stuff and pooping and all that all of it.
That's Tommy's expertise.
That's the world we live in, buddy. It's the world we live in.
So tell Speedy what the flaming Amazon is.
It's when
Gotta use it in a sentence.
it's the woman when you're having sex.
We can even get
with
that
a
far.
chick,
This one.
right when you're about to come, Speedy. You know what cum is, right?
Gross.
Pull out and quickly grab the nearest lighter and set her pubes on fire, and then extinguish it with that wonderful juice coming out of your what? Penis. That's right, Speedy. And you won tonight's Analytics. Let's
you
give him a golf clap, ladies.
So you
Gentlemen.
specifically got to make sure, like, hey, hun, do we want to do the flaming Amazon? Can you not shave for like 3 weeks?
Oh my god!
What the? First of all, how does it magically go on fire? That's what I
don't know.
As an accident,
How does something
think
accidentally
Speedy-
go on fire unless you light it?
I think Speedy thinks there's like flint and like in there, you know.
You got to get a
like,
fire starter?
You get a fire starter. you click it a little bit. You know what I mean? And you get it going.
That I gotta say something. That guy, this kid, he is. This guy has like he's like gold. Okay, and this part of the topic and just having a conversation with this, it's like gold. It doesn't matter what he says; it's gonna come out the wrong way anyways. So
My
it's
buddy just
some of the
texted me and he
funniest-
goes, "Did that really just happen?" I was like, "Yeah, it did."
Speedy, how do you feel tonight?
I don't know. There's I guess a fiery victory. Oh, all right. Here's another option. All right, Brittany wants to be on. Brittany wants to be on the segment. I go Brittany versus Nathan next week.
I don't know if it's safe to put Nathan around anyone.
No, I think you put Brittany with you tie a leash to Brittany and take her for a walk.
He would do that.
He's always telling me, "I want Brittany. I want Brittany."
That would be the dream for
Hey,
Nathan.
Goody, why'd you have to
Lot of
do him
hot
dirty
ladies.
saying he's got dirt on his face?
Girl.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, this is Nathan. Here, ready? This is for Nathan.
Mr. Steal Your Girl. They call me the ladies, man. A lot of hot ladies. Steve's mom.
Oh my
Nathan the ladies man. Remember the SNL skit, the ladies man?
Yeah.
Nathan here, Macavatier.
Hey, we do have to get Brittany on this for one time, and it has to like it. Yes, this will be fantastic.
We need to go get.
It could be a double segment. Like
Let's put Brittany versus your fiance. Now that would be
No,
a hit.
we
That would
should
be great.
do
That would
like
be great.
remember like what's the old 80s game, like the dating game?
Oh,
where,
the
like,
wedding.
Where like you ask like Brittany writes something down, like what the answer is, and you ask Errol, and then she reveals if it was
Like
right.
the wedding, and then that was the one that went famous. Is like, where's the weirdest place you've had sex? And he goes, in the butt, Bob, in the butt. What was that called?
A
It
loose
was a-
cannon. That's a
it was-
loose cannon, Speedy. You know what a loose cannon is, Speedy?
Hopefully it
We'll,
explodes in
we'll ask our research department to
What
look that
happens,
up.
Speedy?
For you,
Hopefully it
Jabba.
explodes in your ass.
It was
He said,
wedding
oh,
couple or the newlyweds.
The newlywed game. Newlywed game.
Speedy says, "I hope it explodes in your ass."
Speedy,
What?
you getting geared up for a flaming Amazon later?
Not even sort of.
Pulled it out of my ass. You guys really like butt stuff over here.
At least if you're doing the one
Just
you
made
did
my
that you gave us tonight, you're not starting Forest.
As long as
Squares.
she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
But honestly, okay, so let's
I've plenty of dude wipes. I did that.
let's be realistic. Would if it does go on fire? I don't know if hair. I mean, I know hair is on fire, but usually because there's like product in it. Like I don't know if they put product down there. I don't know.
So here's the last history lesson. Cleopatra. They don't tell you about Cleopatra's.
She was a horny little
braided pubic hair that was perfumed and oiled. If you lit Cleopatra's pubes on fire, it would have been like a cartoon where it was like the long trail and then
where it starts and just keeps going.
Yeah, it was like that.
Well, you're not gonna. I mean, unless you've been backed up for about a year and a half, you're not gonna have enough.
Crooked schnoz too on Cleopatra, for the record.
But you're not gonna have enough to put that out.
Oh, probably.
Hold
not.
on one second.
Probably
Where
not.
did we go from? You know what we were just talking about.
Most famous
Flaming
person
Amazon
to probably
to
do
Cleopatra
the flaming Amazon.
to lighting her private, cooter.
They were
on
inbred
fire.
Greek
This
Egyptians.
isn't a
over there. It
sports
doesn't
show,
matter.
Brittany. Aliens are real. $21 trillion underground city.
That's how you know it's almost midnight.
And then Brittany says, "I thought this was a sports show." LOL.
Oh no, goody! I have a conspiracy theory show. Thanks to Goody.
Well, I guess
Underground Society on Monday. Aliens last month.
Whatever it is, it's been a good show, hasn't it, Errol? It's been great
it
tonight.
doesn't matter what it is.
I gotta go to bed, dude.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
Take
thank
your allergy
CJ
medicine.
Wilson. He was fantastic. Thank you to CJ Wilson. Thank you, obviously, to Derek Mountain for joining us, giving us his takes for his winners, even though I think he's completely wrong. The Celtics are not winning this series. Just my opinion. Knicks in 7. Anyways, we will be back on Monday. Speedy, do we have anything lined up?
Yes, this is Nathan actually getting a. I guess for us, Mackenzie Schitzel on at 8:30.
Schitzel?
I don't know how it's pronounced. I'll have to confirm it from Nathan. But
Schitzel.
Schitzel. It's SIH.
What like
SCH.
what sport or what?
So she is she works with college athletes. She is a scout, national college scout. Scout U Recruiting is the company. She used to play. She used to play and coach in college.
Does she recruit any of those WNBA players?
It's possible. I have to get more.
Could you
information
pronounce her
from
name
Nathan.
again one more time?
I don't know what it is.
Just pronounce it.
I don't know what.
Just pronounce it the way you want.
I'm guessing it's Schissel, but I don't know. I
How do
don't
you
know.
spell it? How do you spell
It's
it?
SCHISSEL.
That sounds right, Speedy.
SCH what?
Schitzel.
Schissel.
ISSEL.
SCHISS.
I feel like I'm getting dumber by the second right now.
SCHISSEL.
Yes.
It's a guess Nathan booked it, not mine.
All right.
Just
Ladies
blame
and
Nathan.
gentlemen, keep following us on social media. I want to make it quick. I want to make a quick announcement, obviously, and we'll make another announcement on Monday. Where the announcement is that we are signed for a year with Blue Wire Podcast. We are going to be doing our show on their platform moving forward for a year. It will be out there on social media. I'd like to thank T.I. and Kyle and Nick Goody for setting it up. And it's a great opportunity for us to really put ourselves center stage with some of the best shows in America and just putting ourselves, in a position where we could be very successful in the next year. So thank you to TI. Thank you to Blue Wire. Thank you to the team over there. We really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to, beating down the log, if Speedy knows what that means. Anyways, that's it.
Hopefully that goes on fire too.
It might after you speak. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on Monday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Oh.